Ugh, sorry. I'm late. I'm late. I super duper. So good. Oh good. Oh good. Super lost track of time. Lost track of time very badly. I woke up like an hour ago. I think I had like 4 hours of sleep. Yeah. I had a few hours of sleep, so I just kinda like I woke up to my alarm clock and I was just kinda sitting there and I was just like, I was so delirious from just being unconscious. So I just kind of like sat down. I was just like, I need to wake up, and I focused on trying to wake up, and then the next thing I know, it's 10 past 11, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm late for stream. So I don't really have like an adequate. It's not like I was busy or anything. It's just that I was very tired, and I just kind of zoned out. Yes, hello. Hi, Ra. How's your day going? Man, it feels really weird to play a game like Rogue Trader after playing Trepang Squared. My 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 body might be here, but my mind is in the crash site. My mind is still in that fucking crash site, man. You know, it hungers for it. It hungers for the crash site. Fish Atomic Heart. How was Atomic Heart, by the way? I always wanted to get into that game, but my old computer couldn't run it, so I never got to buy it, unfortunately. But now that I have a new computer that doesn't suck balls, I could buy it. I could. All right, let's see. So colony-wise for Janus, that's our gardening planet. We have two options. We have a cure for sloths. Ooh. Since the grimy masses are so lazy, a wise lord will add substances to their daily commune that ensure obedience and diligence. Once purified and distilled, these truly miraculous plant-based chemicals will make a commoner forget their fatigue and their purposeless pastimes. And once their body is burnt out and withered, they will simply be replaced by a new worker. Yeah. Alright, here's the thing. I don't want any spoilers because I genuinely don't know shit about the game outside of like the fucking hot robots having tentacle faces. Uh, do you think it would be a good game for stream? All allies gain +5 athletics and -10% toxic damage. Sure. It kind of feels like an asshole move to do Cure for Sloth, I'll be honest. Capella Biologists. The Magos Biologists, custodians of Janus's sacred irrigation plants, have taken an interest to the unique substances discovered on the planet. If provided with the resources for erecting a chapel, they will delve into the mysteries of chem synthesis, which can turn deadly toxins into the basic substances needed for life-saving medical kits. That gives us infinite That gives us infinite medicine, and also not only does it give us infinite medicine, but it also wait. What the fuck is a death warden? What the? That gives us infinite super good medkits. We are absolutely doing that shit. Oh, but it blocks the ability to get dark sages. Okay, what does this do? Not all servants of the Omnissiah firmly adhered to the catechism of maintenance and operation. The Malatex are defrocked clergy and other similar outcasts who wander the Coronis expanse in pursuit of undesirable knowledge, teetering on the brink of a schism. A protector who gives them shelter, safety, and resources for the research will earn their gratitude. The Casbalica mission has connections among the Malatex, and can secretly assemble the entire coven of the unholy sages on Yanis, that they may intrepidly study the mysterious Xenos artifacts found in abundance on this world. So what is this that's trying to compete with infinite super good medkits? Uh, 5% more damage to Xenos. Okay, that. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so we're choosing between infinite medkits and 5% racism. You know Bioshock? Yes, I love Bioshock, especially Bioshock 2. Bioshock 2 is great. Yeah, we're going with the biologist. Basically, Bioshock and Portal had a kid. Say no more. I'm interested. Okay, we're getting that game when I get a chance. Though unfortunately, I promised Valentino I would do Red Dead once I could afford to buy something. So next game that I'm actively going to be paying for, we're doing Red Dead Redemption 2 specifically, and then yeah. 10%. All right, so we need to get to the capital today. Yes, we need to get to the capital, but we need to also make sure we take care of these survivors first. All right, let's mm, let's just make it a little bit better, a little bit less vile to get to. Thank you. Chart new routes. Lovely. Alright, let's visit. How far? Okay, so here's the thing, okay? Um, we've barely started this game. We've barely started. There's a lot of content left. like, here's the thing, okay? Okay, I want you to consider this show, okay? In this game, okay, we use the whole map. Okay, so let's just take a moment. Okay, let's just look at what the whole map consists of. Okay, it's all of this. Okay, it's all of this. It's all of this. Okay, it's all of this. Okay, it's all of this. Right? Okay, it's all this. It's all this. It's all this. Right? Okay. Like, look at it this way. The game's called Rogue Trader. All right. We are not even properly the Rogue Trader yet. Do you understand? We're going to be having Rogue Trader Sundays for a very long time. A violent battle is unfolding before the Rogue Trader's eyes. Patrol ships from the Corda fleet are tearing apart two small Eldari vessels. Once they're finished with them, the Void ships give chase after the third, already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Yeah, 70 to 120 hours to finish, yeah. That's not even getting into the DLCs, I don't think. And that's also not including that we're doing this a lot slower because it's not like I'm like vocally reading out every single dialogue option and shit. Like, since we're streaming this shit and we're doing it at streaming speed, it is so much slower. Yeah. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Yurliet calls out the Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only the rogue trader's intervention can save her kin from the massacre. Send a message to Incendia Cordia's fleet, ordering them to stop the battle. The Voxmaster relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle and soon returns with a reply. According to the Corda ships, the groups of Xenos are malicious criminals. They're guilty of raiding the system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Incendia Corda's void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Yurliet sullenly watches the unfolding chase through the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. She grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished, except her kin were flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as theirs simply lack the firepower to do so. The Monkey are lying. Analyze. Despite the presence of some weaponry, the Xenos ship is likely more meant for transporting cargo or the Xenos themselves rather than direct combat. As for proof. The patrol captain reluctantly admits that there's no conclusive proof. This system is sometimes a target of pirate raids, however this changes nothing for a servant to have no mercy for enemies of humanity. The Quarter Dynasty Patrol will defend the Protectorate's borders, be for invading Xenos from the threat of another rogue trader. Prepare to battle. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I should do a Cyberpunk playthrough on stream. Because I still haven't beaten the DLC. I also haven't beaten the base game, but I've gotten to meeting Hanako and Embers. I've gotten that far. I'll be kind of honest. While I do really like Rogue Trader, I'm not really sure if streaming this game was the best idea. Yeah, I know. That's why I say I've never beaten it, but I've gotten to that point. I've never beaten the game, but I've gotten to the point of no return, story-wise. Alright. Make out some torpedoes. Tear into the falchion. Okay, wait. If we... If we do this, we should be able to shunt to the side and... Yeah, then we can move forward one. And we can hit their ship somehow inexplicably with both sides of our ship in one go. Then we move over here. Yeah. Yeah, just paranoid, but I don't think anyone actually really is interested in the Rogue Trader playthrough. We get a lot more interest in Pal World and Trepang. I mean, like, what do I expect? Because it's like, it's a fucking CRPG. It's fundamentally going to be very, not polarizing, but less easy to get into. Alright. Can we take him out? Kablooms. Real Cyberpunk fan never beats Hanako and Embers, true. I mean, I'm not a real Cyberpunk fan, but I've also never met Hanako and Embers. Alright, let's pull out our ships here. Let's tear through their defenses. And let's shunt forward. And hit him with a broadside. And then our fighters can come in on the flank, shoot the back. They could theoretically shoot the front, but I don't want them getting shot at. even if it doesn't really matter. Alright, let's tear into these guys. More lasers. More fighter drones. Yeah, that won't be good. Let's try and move a little bit further over. Can we... No. Alright, this is going to be the best we can do, I think. Just zoom on over. Spin the ship. And then just kind of... No, we can't. Alright. I think we're just going to have to finish them off with our fighters. Alright. Upgrade time. By Lord Captain's order, House Corda's ship have been annihilated. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenoship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it is met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more the xenotechnology can endure before the irreparable happens. The Eldari are too scared and resentful of the Monkey for the recent deaths of their kin to answer the incoming hails. Despite this, Yuliad is certain that she can convince them to cooperate with the Elentok if she's allowed to speak with them. Persuasion 0% letter. Why is it 0%? Oh, difficulty. Okay, sure. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the Monkey vessel, the Eldari overload their void ship's drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain. Before the eyes of 100 officers, the Xeno's ship flashes a fiery light blue through the stained glass windows of 1,000 of tiny glass shards disperse across the system. The bridge officers openly rejoice, offering prayers to the Emperor. Today the expanse is cleansed of more filth, the enemies of humanity. What is this if not his providence? And only the thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Yurliat's soul is numbed, she turns to Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for the attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Yeah. See, I feel bad, but literally every single fucking issue with the Eldari dying is either the Eldari were fucking pretentious fucks and did this to themselves, or the Eldari actively did this to themselves, but are blaming humanity because they're too pretentious to blame themselves. And it's just... And then they just melodramatically are like, oh, we're such victims. Oh, no one understands our pain. It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, fucking space elf. Fucking nonsense. Absolute nonsense every time. Alright. This planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery. A mirror, lying high in the center of a huge crater. A completely ordinary mirror in a frame. All by appearances in pristine condition. Wow. Do we destroy the completely mundane mirror immediately? Take the completely normal, mundane mirror onto the ship, or just leave the planet? Hmm. Wow, it's crazy that we just found this random planet completely devoid of life, and there's just a completely normal, mundane mirror, and there's nothing wrong with it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is so wild, my dude. That is so wild. All right, mirror. Destroy. Take. Leave. What we feeling? We like it is, it is evidently just a completely normal, not weird at all mirror that we just conveniently have found on a completely barren planet, utterly devoid of life. And there's nothing else here. Just a mirror. Just a normal mirror. Oh right, it's also lying in the middle of a really giant crater for no reason. Right. And it's in pristine condition, which is crazy. Sorry, he's normal. He's normal. It's normal if to experience a giant ominous crater mirror that's like completely fine and normal. Sorry, I just find it really funny that we're just in space and we travel to like an alien planet and the planet's just like, yeah, there's nothing here. Like this entire planet devoid of life. This entire planet just rocks. But there's a crater with like a completely normal mirror on it. It's just like, It's what's doing it for me is that it's the game itself that's just like, yeah, it's just a normal mirror. It's not me saying it, it's the game. Which makes it funny. Because logically, right? The writing should be like, why the fuck is there a mirror? This is fucking weird as shit. But we can't find out what's wrong with it. It shouldn't be like, oh, it's completely not. Okay, we're destroying it. Okay, fine. The crew blasts the crater, raising a cloud of dust that blocks the auger array. Confirming the mirror's destruction is impossible for the time being, but it could not have survived such a powerful explosion. Definitely not. Uh. Uh. Hmm. I don't like that. I do not like. Hmm. A vigilant member of the Auger crew has detected a small Xeno vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed. Send out a boarding shuttle. Squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion has laid waste to the ship's systems, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior is full of Aldari corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely a crew of the now defunct ship. The Xenos Uriat claims to have recognized the symbols of the dead Eldari's clothes. They're civilian refugees from the craft world Kudarak. Right. Let's just save before we get too close to those ships, because there's some ship encounters that are absolutely insane. Plasteel, we don't need plasteel. Alert the Drukari have blocked some of your flagship's posts using unknown Xenos power. Your crew will regain control of these posts in several rounds. Uh-oh. Well, let's just do our best to tear through it. Yeah, let's go through here. Okay, that. Nope. Then let's shield our right side. Let's go right behind them and shoot into their rear. Big double flank. Nice. Oh. But so, I'm still thinking about trapping. So, how do you think it would be worth it for stream to do like the combat sim shit on trapping? Or is there not really much substance to it? They're mostly waves. So like the side missions that we did with the wave based survival. Like the servers to that service. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I'd be fine with that. It's 20 waves, jeez. Alright, this is gonna be slow. Just zoom over for now. Alright. You little shit. Here, let's try and increase our turn radius, because I want to try and get to... No? Yeah, that's good enough, I guess. Let's get right in front of them, right? And we zoom over here. And then we shunt. And then we should be good to just... Yeah. Then we can send our fighters over on the flanks. Oh shit, we destroyed our own fighters. Oh jeez, that's not good. Okay, our Heartless just rammed the enemy torpedoes. I don't think that's supposed to be how you handle torpedoes, my man. I don't think you're supposed to handle torpedoes by ramming into them. I think that might have been slightly insane of you. Alright, let's see, what do we got? Using both abilities of a selected post would be actually amazing. Yeah. Alright, now what do we get for passives? Each attack craft launched from the torpedo tube, and each torpedo gained +1 hull integrity. Ooh, improved RAM. Onboard ECM. Torpedoes and attack craft gain 60% increase in evasion. Pairing the void ship takes less scrap. Take it all. The flagship now collects more scrap. Yeah, that seems worth it. Gaining more scrap and making repairs take less scrap seems like the best options. Why am I getting notifications? Who's it's the fucking stupid ass Canada server. Right. Let me just double check. That was everything on the... Yeah, that was everything. Okay. Alright. Now from here... let's... We do need to get all the way up north anyway. Yeah, let's try and slow scoot our way. We're still going to get to the capital today, but I want to try and take care of this Eldari quest so we can get it out of the way. The warp jump was unusually hectic. The recent attack of the scrap code disabled many of the sacred machines whose malfunctioning algorithms showed no sign of failure until the vessel departed real space and surrendered itself to the Sea of Souls. Only the navigator's talent and the tireless vigil of the tech priests saved the void ship from ruin. National Canadian Discord server. It's basically a Discord server for Canadian VTubers, and it's really big. And I would like to point out, because I do find this fucking hilarious, there is a provincial chat for each of the provinces, and there's a Nunavut channel for some reason. And I checked out Nunavut channel, and Nunavut channel was basically just one guy. It was basically two guys. It was one guy being like, "Holy shit, a second person who's also from Nunavut. I've been alone for so long. Oh my god." It's like, yeah. It's like, yeah, that's about what I'd expect from having a Nunavut chat. You're European, so I'm not sure if you'd quite get it, but none of it is. Not having a Nunavut chat, right, is like, I'm not even sure how to like compare it. Let me put it this way, okay? Nunavut was a country for a while, but they joined up with Canada because Nunavut consists of nothing but rocks and ice. Nunavut is basically just south of the North Pole. And they formally joined into Canada because they just genuinely did not have any real population. They did not have any real resources, and they just could not grow or develop or really flourish or do anything as a country. Because they have nothing but ice and rocks. Because of that, Nunavut to this day is very sparsely populated, and most people who are in Nunavut do not want to be in Nunavut. Actually, no, that's not true. Most people who are in Nunavut are, like, ancestrally from Nunavut. But you get what I mean, right? Like, it's... To make a dedicated chat for people only from Nunavut is really funny to me. There was a malfunction in the engineering chamber during the warp journey. The accelerator cogitators stopped obeying the tech priests, and for a few precise moments, The ancient machines were left to their own devices. The crew managed to avoid serious breakdowns or accidents. Several acolytes of the cult mechanicus were turned into servitors as penance, and the bosun gave out several triple watches to the voidsmen who dredged up the old rumors about the cursed ship. Whole 2S people are going to like it, true. You know, I'm curious. Give me a second. Let me just... Okay, I'm just going to look this up real quick, okay? Poland capital city, okay? That would be Warsaw, okay. And the population of Warsaw, right? What is the rough population of Warsaw right now? Population is 1.8 million people. Okay, cool. 1.8 million people in Warsaw. That's great. Okay, how many people? Population, none of it. How many people live in none of it? The entirety. Okay, so the entirety of none of it consists of 41,946 people. 41,000. That's how many people total live in none of it. 46,000. You could hide the entirety of the population of none of it in Warsaw, and I don't think anyone would notice. No, none of it needs its own chat. The entirety of the obviously massive none of it VTubing scene needs its attention. You know, it really does. All right, let's scan this planet. Yes. In fact, we need a none of it fucking VTuber expo for all the none of it VTubers, all two of them. To be fair, though, with a population of 46,000, that there is at the very least two none of it VTubers is actually impressive. Half a person versus per square kilometer, yes. Yeah, well, that's none of it. That's none of it. Lord Captain, we're passing a construct marked on the altar charts as a dimensional gate. Our augurs are not showing any suspicious energy readings. The device is dormant. Thank the Emperor. What is this gate? An ancient Xeno artifact, older than humanity itself. Judging by its design, this is a gate leading somewhere, possibly straight into the wicked abyss of the warp. Considering all the nasty shit that used to roam around here, many captains, her ladyship, Theodora included, have tried to reveal its secrets, but it seems that no one can figure out how it works. Good for them, if you ask me. Nasty in what way, exactly? Don't want to repeat the rumors, and I don't know the truth, but it was bad. There's word of ships and even whole trade convoys disappearing. Captains started avoiding the system until eventually. The Lord Inquisitor came here and made short work of it. Hasn't been much in the way of rumors ever since, actually. The Inquisition made sure voidmen kept their mouths shut. Whatever the gate used to spew out must have been profane and a danger to humanity. What was Theodora interested in? Her ladyship didn't exactly share her plans with us. They always kept them close to her chest, but I'll go out on a limb and say she's searching for a way to open the gate and see what's on the other side. The Cognitions fleet conducted its own analysis of this Xeno artifact. All records of the expedition to the site were added to the exploration catalog. Wow. Live to serve. We live to serve, Lord Captain. I wish to study this construct. Wait, oh shit, I am so absent-minded today. Master Helmsman Raver. Lord Captain, I would advise against approaching the gate. The Inquisition has deemed the entire area around it off limits and packed it with mines. Our augurs won't be able to detect them. Alright, we ignore it then. Consider it done. Yeah, none of it... Yeah, hopefully you now understand why I find it absolutely fucking hilarious that anyone would be like, yeah, none of it needs recognition. None of it barely exists. None of it is barely even real. None of it is like the ghost of a thought, of an idea, of a place.
Let us purge your enemies, rogue trader.
I'm pretty sure there's like a fucking Fallout game with more NPCs than there is people in any given area in none of it. Yeah. You know, it must be really terrifying to fucking live in none of it. Because I imagine the economy is like flip-floppy as hell. Because it's like every time someone gives birth, the fucking job market collapses and inflation sets in because the entire population doubles. It's just like, woo. I'm even sure I'm blaming none of it. They haven't done anything. I'm not sure why I'm bullying none of it, but I can definitely tell you that I will continue to bully none of it. Regardless of how necessary or unnecessary it is. Let's spin you. There we go. And then we can have a prow shield. Move our ships in. They're really just both trying to hit the straight up enforced shields, huh? Like, you could have tried to move at the very least. Alright. Let's try and do our best to blow up this random light cruiser. Okay, we're definitely not blowing it up. This thing is tanky as shit. What the fuck? Alright, let's do it this way then. Okay, well, we managed to get a little bit done. Let's blink forward. Oh, boarding parties. Right, I forgot that we had those. Board these guys. I genuinely forgot that we had boarding parties. Holy shit. Alright, boarding party is crippling the cruiser. Nice. Alright, you take down the fighter. Or the destroyer. Very nice. You take down the... Do your best. What does this do? Gas and dust, evasion, up, maneuver down, hit chance, range. That's fine. We don't actually want to, do anything other than avoid taking damage here.
The void comes knocking.
Oh shit, we're just dead. Huh. That was unexpected. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, check planet. Okay. Alright, let's take this a little more cautiously, because that damage output was insane. They just basically one-shotted our ship in one turn.
I lift up my voice in prayer for this vessel and its hollowed guns.
This isn't the fight we were doing. This is a completely different fight. Did we just not save or something? I think this is the fight we did in the last system, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is. Oh, jeez. I said to load last save. Did it? Yeah, I guess it just didn't save. It's wild. Alright. Let's shunt to the side and see if we can... Yeah, that should do it. And this way we can hit them with the broadside. There we go. Well, we got them surrounded at the very least. Alright. Kaboom. No? No kaboom. Never mind. Can we flip you? There we go.
Mercy for the enemies of humanity.
There's the kaboom. Alright. Take out this little destroyer. I wonder if the fighters can one-shot it. Let's see. Nope, but pretty close. Pretty fucking close, honestly. Take down at least a couple of those torpedoes, can you? Oh, yeah, you just one-shot that. Cool.
Blessed are the
Alright.
faithful.
Upgrade. The upgrade will definitely show us for sure. Let's see. Yep, focus efforts. Yeah, we just went back a shot. That's weird. I don't know why it didn't save up to that point. Oh yeah, I forgot you can upgrade abilities. Shallow jump plus. Let's see, what range 5 cells. Flight experience. Jumps per unit. Oh, now it damages enemies. Actually, that's useful. Let me see about this. Do we want extra health? Yes, we do, actually. We want extra health, considering how we died last time. Let's look at our ports. Our ports. Oh, alright, it costs scrap to upgrade. There. Yet another reason to level scrap. Alright. Oh, we got this one already. Then we go from here. Scan. Jaden! Hey, bud. How's it going? You have a nice day? Yeah, let's get 7 Promethium. That's useful. I was farming the world tree earlier. And, I gotta say, I think we're really close to being able to start doing some actual raiding. Like, gear-wise, I'm all set. I got decent armor now, good weapons. Just need to throw some implants on my pals, get them condensed a bit. I think the primary thing that we need at the moment, this is going to sound a bit random, but we need memogs. We need memogs. That's what we need right now. I think once we get memogs, we'll be set. The Sentinel's Pride hives are oozing noxious haze, veined with sulphurous streaks. The promethium fumes from the gigantic distillation cauldrons located beyond the temperature shields. Yet, vast, endless deadlands littered with spots of promethium stations and refineries separate the colossi of Rockrate and Adamantine, with its crown of gargantuan spires. The heat of the system's star has turned the world into a boiling but lucrative gland within the body of the House Corda Protectorate. It's hard to tell what's more impressive, the grotesque grandeur of this place or its extreme toxicity. If we can get memogs, right, then we can get dog coins. If we can get dog coins, then we can get infinite rank up materials. And then from there, we just need to farm more disposable implants through relics from the World Tree. And then we'll be good, basically. We'll just be able to basically take any PAL we want and just turn it into a perfect version. Like, really easily. Yeah. A lot of breeding. Yeah. Speaking of, I have something to show you after stream if you're not busy. Alright, so we need to get to... This is where the capital is, right? So we need to get up way, way up north first. Oh. There was a malfunction in the engineering chamber during the warp journey. The accelerator cogators stopped obeying the tech priests, and for a few precious moments, the ancient machines were left to their own devices. The crew managed to avoid serious breakdown or accidents. Several acolytes of the Cult Mechanicus were turned into servitors as penance. And the bosun gave out several triple watches to the voidsmen who dredged up old rumors about the cursed ship. Rad. Yeah. I'll most likely be hunting for memogs in the World Tree, I think. The warp jump went smoothly enough, although many crew members reported strange incidents while they were asleep. They sensed someone approaching them and laying a hand on their forehead. Then the hand seemed to pass through their skin, through their skull, and with tender motions, sorted their jumbled thoughts into some sort of order. Oh. The Magos Pascal noted that the mysterious incident had allowed him to remember a few highly obscure tech rituals, which, it seemed, he had never studied in the first place. Uh-oh. Alright. Hey, Jaden, do you have any game requests? Or, like, recommendations at the very least? Rick Honegger's plot. Let's go hang out. A ship that once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in the silent void, like the gnawed carcass of a giant monster. When the rogue trader's void ship approaches, the Voxmaster reports an incoming message. A colony of the Imperium subject have made their home on the bowels of the ship. They welcome the Lord Captain. Visit the colony. Alright. Special ability. Master Tactician and one random ally may make 2 attacks instead of 1 during Firestorm. That's actually really good. Firestorm can be used multiple times per combat, once per turn. Oh, fucking what? All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have a weapon attack capable of burst attacks uses a burst attack instead of a single attack against enemies as part of Firestorm. Wait, that would be so strong in a Las Rifle run. All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have a weapon capable of area attacks uses air attacks instead of blah blah blah. No. The ability to spam this shit every fucking turn is crazy. Spammable ult. Crit chance doesn't matter for you because you're always going to be in confident stance. First time in combat, the Archmilitant reaches 0 wounds while under the effect of steady superiority or heroic sacrifice. The Archmilitant restores 20% of their maximum wounds and loses this effect. Ooh. Archmilitant can use both the heroic act of the Archmilitant archetype and the heroic act of the warrior or soldier archetype in a single combat. Yes, you also get to have 2 ults. Fuck yeah. Wild Hunt. Prior to the attack, all prey suffers a perception bonus to armor until the end of combat. That would be useful, actually. Extra charges of hunt down the prey would be nice. Whenever the bounty hunter attacks exactly one target, which is marked as prey, with Wild Hunt, this attack deals plus 300% damage. Extra charges of hunt down the prey is honestly really nice. Getting more charges is a pain in the ass. And then for you, Cabela, our lovely assassin. Until the end of combat, target of dispatch loses half its current armor and deflection. Ooh. Yeah. Let's give her that. Until the end of the next turn, the Vanguard cannot die. Wow. Yeah. Can't fucking die is honestly insane. Overseer. When the familiar becomes a target of an enemy attack, the Overseer has their damage dealt increased by 2%. Stacks and lasts until the end of combat. Holy shit. Yeah, that's good. That's very good, honestly. Welcome, your lordliness. Please come. Come right in. Oh, okay, never mind.
I serve the Golden Throne.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Your friend's skull that you keep beside you, priest. It serves as your eternal tribute to the Undying One, does it not?
Welcome back, Ra.
This is not a skull, but a highly sophisticated construct. And my dearest colleague, your faith distorts your perception of reality, and you see death even where it is absent, Kibella.
The web beckons.
How can we not get there? What? Sometimes this game's camera really screws with things, doesn't it? Wait, welcome back, bro. Retta, a tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, clad in work clothes, breaks off from her task to greet you. She freezes momentarily, clearly unsure how to address you, then says simply, "Your lordship, please excuse me. I don't really know your name. Welcome to our little colony. May the light of the Emperor be with you, and with us. My name's Retta Makinanova, and I'm in charge here." Would you believe it? Well-spoken rabble. It is rather sweet in its own way. Go on, then. Amuse me. Tell me about yourself in this place. Okay, that's just pretentious. What is this place? Well, we just call ourselves Retta's crew, and this place is Retta's camp. That's it. We're recolligers, scavengers, in common terms. She does not speak the word scavengers with any kind of disdain. On the contrary, there's a dignity to her voice, the kind in which one would announce the affiliation of a respected guild or family. The woman grimly adds as she casts a glance at Eogun, "And our work is perfectly lawful, though we are not popular among your fellows." The manipulous fixes the woman with a calculating look, as though weighing whether she's a speaker worthy of his time. At last he speaks. "I wish neither to confirm or deny this claim." I can take you from this place. It's not safe here, and sooner or later it'll drift somewhere so remote that no one will ever find you again. But this is our whole livelihood, your lordship. You take us from here, and what are we going to do? Sit in some hold, slaving away? Here, we've got our own colony, our own operation. No, this is our path, and we went straight from it. Okay, so you don't want to be in a hold, slaving away, but you do want to be in a hold on a derelict ship slaving away. I see. That's very insightful. You've got your own ship? Nope, not even close. Luxury like that, you could count the wrecking gilliers who got their own ships on one hand. An old worker's hand that got sucked into machinery 3 times and slashed by a plasma cutter twice. And we fly with whoever, mostly just taking our chances. Sometimes we hitch a ride on a promise that will pay with what we find later. Other times we find some other means. Risky business, obviously. 5 or so years back, a crew got dropped off on an abandoned station, but something wasn't right with the life support systems. Ship came back to pick them up 2 years later and found nothing but bodies. About 15 years ago, back before I had my first little one, ship took 3 crews to locations and ran into pirates on the way back. Ships go out on expeditions for years at a time, so it was ages before anyone realized they were missing. It was even longer before they remembered the scavengers. Plus, it took some time to find a ship that could check on them and pick them up. Long story short, all 3 crews had bought it. Yep. Well, what do you do here? Right now, we're getting this little old heap of junk slowly but surely. We're gutting it. That's a recolliger's life for you. They drop us off at some decrepit station or on an ancient battlefield, and we just sit there for years on end. We look for working tech or valuable materials or whatever else might be useful. If we find anything, we sell it to passing ships. Not the easiest job out there. These wrecks are chock full of all kinds of dangers. But I swear it on my plasma torch. It's an exciting one for sure. This little bird's got all kinds of bells and whistles. Most of the tech is dead, but we did find working pieces now and again. We spent 2 whole months clearing out the shaft we found. Finished just 3 days ago, actually. We found this little thing. Bit weird, but still functional. Retta's expression brightens a little. Perhaps your lordship would like to buy this component from us. I bet that big ship you've got could get plenty of use out of it. Eogun. First, present the object for inspection. It might only hold value in your eyes. Eogun extends a hand with a sharp, commanding gesture of impatience. I will buy the component. Well, isn't this something? The Emperor himself has smiled upon us. Retta makes a triumphant gesture. Thank you, your lordship. You'll be pleased with the results I'd received. Magnus-class rechargeable batteries. That's actually mediocre. But it's free, so it doesn't matter. Her mood visibly improves. You know, your lordship, it's kind of embarrassing to offer you this, but over in that corner there, we keep things that we don't rightly understand or can't really use. You could send some of your people to check it out if you'd like. Clearly you know more about this stuff than us. You might find something useful. Can you tell me anything about this wreck? Not much. We're no eggheads, you know. We're manual labor. It's an ancient thing, pretty dangerous. We don't really know much beyond that. Before we came here, some tech priests had their own bit of gutting. Ritualing, bowing to spirits and all that. That lot don't tend to leave a whole lot of valuables behind, it's true. But it's way too scary to go in before them, and hey, we dragged down a dozen of their broken servitors out of the mines after. Carcasses smelled awful, but you can pluck a decent number of parts out of a servitor and sell them. Doesn't seem like there's anything nasty living inside the wreck now, but the wreck itself is barely holding together. You go a couple of modules from here and that's it. You won't take another step without fearing that broken reactor might cook you alive or whole module might depressurize, and it's nothing we haven't handled before, so we're having a poke at it, but we don't have a clue the ship or to or who it belonged to. Take pride in your trade, I see. Sure do. Take skill and luck and a good head on your shoulders. We risk our lives every day crawling on top of these old buckets. Something goes wrong, we die. By the scores sometimes. One moment we're there, the next we're gone. Kind of like worker ants. But you know what, your lordship? Our job also has something, how should I put it, poetic about it. Hope you don't judge me too harshly, and don't take it as insolence. But some people, even big people like you, think too highly of themselves. Let's say your ship hops into the warp someday and doesn't hop out of it in time, and around 1,000 years later, another gal like myself who needs to feed her 3 ankle biters somehow will be rifling through its remains looking for anything good. That's just the nature of things. Each of us comes and goes, but the way the world works stays the same. We all have our lot in life, and mine is just as good as any other. And you speak as if the world's set in stone and none of us can change anything for the better. Those are some big things you're talking about. Way out of my depths. Change for the better? Heck, that'd be nice. Retta pauses to think. If I was younger and didn't have 3 youngsters back home, maybe I would dream about stuff like that too. But as it is, I got no time for dreaming. I've got to work. I see. Your lordship, Retta falters as if flustered by her own nerve. Please don't take it as insolence. It's not like I have much choice. It's not often that we get well-stocked ships around here. We could certainly use more provisions and some warm clothes. If it's something you'd be willing to provide, we'd gladly barter for it with whatever we can dig up inside this here ship. It's just a respectful offer of fair trade. She bows slightly before stepping aside. Alright. Working area where fragments of ship are dismantled in search of scraps and other valuable metal or parts. Ooh. Okay. Locked container. Damage saved. The condenser of similar safes are destroyed when hacking is attempted. You should not try to open it like that, but something from the environment could help, I see. Okay. Something propped against the door from the inside. You can hear the piercing sounds of a saw and other tools coming from behind it.
Another step, another thread.
I don't really see anything I can loot, though. I think I might have already accidentally looted it at some point. Oh, no. Examine the pile of rubbish. Nothing here but cheap scrap metal. Okay. Among the wreckage was the instruction manual for the duty oh my goodness. For the duty officer on how to access the safes. You can obtain the codes to the safes by logging into the ship's cogitators. Ooh. Dump site of cut pieces of metal and other materials, probably from clearing out a path deeper into the ship.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Connect to the cogitator. The cogitators appear to be inoperative. Where can I find a cogitator that's not broken? Connect to a cogitator. Inoperative. Damn.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
Nope. Another one. Maybe this one will work. Cogitator is off, but appears intact. You can try to power it from a local source. Connect the cable to the cogitator. Find the code to the safe. You successfully logged in with the duty officer credentials and obtained the code to the sealed safe. Lovely. And we get the fractal blade. Plus 25% bonus to parry. Holy shit. It's actually really useful. You can... Oh, you need Eldari weapon proficiency for that. Well, in that case... Yeah, that's... significantly... No, that's actually comparable considering it's a one-handed weapon. Yeah, let's equip that. And then... For our offhand, what are we going to equip? Why do we have this in our inventory? Let's just add that to cargo. Like, let's just add all these random... This random shit that doesn't belong here to cargo. Arc rifles. Bolt pistols we can keep for now. Yeah, I'll take the shuriken catapult. How about that? Oh no, the catapult's a two-handed weapon. Never mind. Fractal blade. That's a good one-handed weapon we got. Yeah, the stub revolver, sure, why not? Alright, Rita. Oh, we don't have the option to give them food. Interesting. Maybe it happens when we leave? Or maybe we talk to the pilot about it? No? Weird. Maybe we just don't have enough food to offer them. Yeah, that's the issue. Oh, there we go. The lights keep flickering in the bowels of the dead ship as their recolligers go through their usual tasks. Rita sends you her best regards and asks what the colony can do for the rogue trader. Dispatches supplies to settle. Rita thanks you for this generosity and sends back a cargo shuttle loaded with dismantled vessel components. It will be a while before the colony require another shipment. Their needs are satisfied for now, and regardless, they need time to extract new components from the guts of the dead ship. Offer close. As politely as you can, Rita refuses the shipment. The colony's needs are met and present, and they simply have nothing in which to repay the rogue trader's generosity. Perhaps they'll require aid again at another time. Sure. Alright, unidentified void ship. A Vox notification from the Auger crew drowns out the usual noise on the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention. Straight up bombing them? Yeah. Yeah. It's really funny, because if you ever do, like, a dogmatic or heretical playthrough, you end up having, like, a ludicrous amount of dialogue options that are just, die, heretic! and then lighting something on fire or killing it. Or if you're heretical, the option of just, haha, wouldn't it be funny if I shot you? And then you shoot them because it's funny. And it's just very entertaining that you can just be a murder hobo. It just lets you. You can just kill like pretty much everyone you meet. Like even Mind, right? We had the option to genocide Footfall for like no reason. Well, I mean they're pirates, so I guess that is a reason, but you know what I mean. A Vox notification from the Augur crew drowns out the usual noise on the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention of either the ship or its owner. As you consider your course of action, the ship's captain contacts you first, introducing himself as the Pilgrim. The captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. Why do you need phlogiston? The captain's coarse laughter echoes forth from the Vox. Phlogiston is part and parcel of many different aspects of life on the Imperium. How exactly his customers are going to use it is none of his concern. All that Pilgrim promises is that the phlogiston will be used for the good of humanity. Pascal becomes visibly animated at the mention of phlogiston. Though different to the prospect of a deal with the shadowy individual, the Magos nevertheless recommends you find out more about the deposits. Your own protectorate would benefit from the knowledge. Sister Argentis sincerely believes in the words of the Pilgrim. A cowl or a golden aquila are not prerequisites to being his true servant. If the captain sincerely wants to help the Imperium, perhaps by his own methods, there is nothing questionable about extending a helping hand. Proposed a deal. Valuable information in exchange for the flog. The captain of the Dark Piercer is in the best of spirits. In gratitude for your invaluable help, he sends you a small box containing ancient maps and documents. They appear to speak of a certain imperial world lost many centuries ago. Then, in a somewhat conspiratorial tone, the Pilgrim relates a story about how a standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question, sadly enough, died in the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on the coordinates of the crash sites of one of the Xeno ships. However, the Pilgrim knows for a fact the vessel met its demise on an ocean world. Thank you, bud. Anything new about the mirror? Nope. We shot it, and it was presumably destroyed, and there's no follow-up. None at all. Yet, maybe. I've never destroyed it before. I've taken it onto my ship out of morbid curiosity to see what would happen, but I've never destroyed it. So I'm not sure if anything will happen or not. I'm curious, though. Well, no, it was definitely an interesting choice. The bizarre structures observed from orbit appears to be the ruined estate of a wealthy noble. Further searching reveals the remains of an envirodome, a landing pad, the main manor, and servants' quarters. It is impossible to determine what exactly happened there. The search team has found something truly disturbing in the main hall, an openly closed skeleton sitting at a dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with old blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plates are clearly human. No other remains have been found on the estate. What happened when you took it in? I can't quite perfectly remember, but this is going to surprise you, Raw. The mirror wasn't normal. It wasn't actually a normal mirror. I know. I know. It's crazy. I can't quite remember what happened, but if I'm remembering correctly, the mirror was evil, and also it spawned doppelgangers that tried to murder and replace everyone on the ship. Search through the remains for anything valuable. The scout team returns with some expensive weapons taken from the skeleton. After finishing the report, they hurry away, whispering prayers. Lovely. Assault lasgun. Yes, an assault lasgun is definitely what I would consider a valuable and expensive weapon. Let's see. So do we have a new ping? No, not over there. Yeah, there's so many places we need to check. Okay, so we need to work our way up to the north. Save the Eldari survivors. Yeah. No new pings, which means, one second. Contracts. Expenses. Sorry, I don't really care about food. This is going to cost 4 profit, and we get, holy shit, we get a lot of everything. Look at all that. Adamantine, chemicals, provisions, mechanisms, weapons. The laments to trading outposts has been causing problems for the Dargonis' trade for years by attacking merchants arriving through a number of systems, including those from mining world Platica. If only some pirate were motivated enough to blast this station with torpedoes. Kablam. Alright. Now, if we look at rumors, right? Xenos on a rampage. Carrying out raids. Stolen stars. Alright, he said it was an ocean planet, didn't he? He said it was an ocean planet, but he didn't give me an actual location. Alright. Yeah, let's just try and go from here. And then we're going to zoom around the edge. And hopefully this will naturally path over, so we don't waste... No, we're not. We're going to have to manually do it. Alright. Oh boy, enemies of humanity. Another warp gate, too. Lord Captain, we're passing by a construct marked on the star charts as a dimensional gate. Our augurs are not showing any suspicious energy readings. The device is dormant, thank the Emperor. I want to study this construct. Lord Captain, I'd advise against approaching the gate. The Inquisition has declared the entire area around it off limits and packed it with mines. Our augurs won't be able to detect them. Fuck you. Fuck you, Inquisitors. Stop putting mines around everything. Please just stop doing that. The augurs detect a sunken Xeno ship on the ocean floor, confirming the rumors of its existence. After a brief celebration, the crew starts pondering the best way to get the Xeno artifacts buried at the very bottom of the ocean world. Problem mines. More problem. Yeah. After a lengthy deliberation, Seneschal Wurzerston remembers Theodora von Valancius once paid a modest sum for a mobile submersible vessel. The underwater adventure it was intended for was unsuccessful, but the apparatus was still resting in one of the ship's cargo holds. Should the tech adepts of the machine cult manage to awaken its spirits, the rogue trader's crew may explore the depths of the sea at their leisure. Yeah, let's go. The rogue trader, yeah. Diving gear. No, let's use the submarine. Xeno artifacts, cool. The enormous mechanism slowly rumbles to life under the Binhark chanting of the tech priests. Diving Team Alpha 11 dives into the depths and comes back loaded with Xeno treasures mere hours later. More crews continue to fill the belly of the submersible one after another, having spent about 4 cycles on this world. The Lord Captain's men return to the shuttles, bursting with artifacts that once belonged to the enemies of humankind, leaving the skeleton of the sunken ship behind them. I have received Ranger Long Rifle. Holy shit, that hits hard. And Xeno artifacts. That is a good ass fucking gun. 1 second. Yeah, that is way better than what I've got. Well, not way better. But you know what I mean. That is... Yeah, it's about side grade. The primary difference is that this thing, right, is really good against large targets. Whereas this thing is just kind of good against everything. Or it's better in general. Yeah, let's get Xenotech. We need more Xenotech. Inquisitor's troubleshooting. You know the next game, Owlcat's making another game in the setting, and it's going to involve around the Inquisition. Like, you play as a member of the Inquisition. And I'm really excited for it. Because being a rogue trader is fun, but being an Inquisitor also seems interesting. Enemies of humanity. Let's go get fucked up by fucking chaos. Let's see. Let's see how much we get fucked fighting chaos.
All stations, report when manned and ready.
Oh, you just immediately rammed me. Okay, sure. That's rude. Okay. Okay. Rude. Very rude. Yeah, you like getting rammed? Well, I mean, of course you do. Okay. Ow. God, that's a lot of ships. Holy fuck. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. Thank fuck we have the Heartless here. Alright. Rough. Interceptors? We don't want to shoot this thing while it's right next to us, so let's try and take this ship out instead. You see my very... Yeah. I needed it for the gear upgrades because we needed so many AI cores and shit. And Bellinor can do medicine work and also handicraft, so she can kind of just solo everything involving the ancient crafting bench, which lets her just kind of do a lot of problem solving, frankly. Let's shoot there. 2 misses, damn. Okay, now that we're further away, let's just bap you. Okay. Now we neum around a corner. And then we spin the ship. Get rotated at it. And then you can come down here. When you get on, you should move the ancient bench, because decide against the walls where the medicine palace to go, and since they can't, they have to go to the bottom floor outside the craft, or at least rotate it. Oh yeah, I guess you can't do that. Yeah, I'll do that in a sec. Or I'll do that after stream. I was always wondering why the medicine side takes so long. I didn't realize that was the issue. Yeah, I'll rotate it as soon as we're done stream. Actually, I guess I can try and do that now. It's not like I've got a good PC, I just don't have much hard drive space. Let me just get on real quick and rotate, and then while we're doing this space fight. Because I don't have anything to do while the enemies are shooting me anyway. Alright, trying to move game, recent servers. Alright, what's going on now? Let's see. Let's increase our turning. So if we can... No. Here, let's just go here for now. Blast here. Board this ship. And then while that's going on, let me just go... Where the fuck am I? Alright, I need to go downstairs. I think it's gonna need to be this way, yeah. Really? That didn't work, huh? Alright. Well, I'll just create some more fighters then. And then bamf forward. And then we should be good. Downstairs. It should workbench. Right. Alright, you little shit. Get lasered. Huh. They're surprisingly tanky, aren't they? Rotating won't really do much, though. If we go here... Like this? Yeah, there we go. Let's make torpedoes. Right, over here. Okay. The bench has been moved. And then we get rotated, idiot, you. There we go. Let's move our fighter craft over. Not exactly a big problem. Nah, it's fine. It's all taken care of. Appreciate you letting me know, though. I absolutely did not notice. I was like, I realized there was a problem, but I didn't really didn't realize that that was the reason why. Oh, fuck, don't destroy us. Oh, that's so close. We're nearly dead. Holy fuck. Alright, torpedoes, please finish the job for us.
Leave no trace of their traitor.
Alright, unholy amulet. Sure. And we get... Oh, hey, better defenses. Cool. Alright, no, this is actually worse. No, it's kind of... It's better on the sides of the ship, worse on the fronts and backs. So it's better for offense and worse for defense. Alright. Let me repair the ship real quick. And maybe upgrade the RAM another level. And then we're going to add that to cargo. We're going to add you to cargo. There we go. Alright, now from here, let's try and force a waypoint over here. Now we can basically do all the way down. Let's make it unsafe. Making it completely safe is like, you know, it's a bit wasteful, I think. Especially if we're not going to be using the pass often. Acolytes of the Cult Mechanicus have reported a disturbing incident. All Vox systems in the middle deck started broadcasting otherworldly sounds, whistling a haunting melody. The strains of monstrous music drove people into a frenzied dance that could not be stopped. Several hours later, the Vox devices fell silent, and the dancing crew member fell lifeless. The areas was cleared, and the bodies of the deceased were disposed of with the necessary precautions. So many implants. Yeah. When I get on after stream, I'll make sure to stream. Oh, not stream. I'll make sure to farm for more. And also, I'll try and find a Memog. 8 plasteel. That's a lot. I don't think we need that much, but it's worth. Actually, I should probably look at our colonies. Danis Danrock. Troubling news has arrived from Janus, your lordship. While digging an irrigation ditch, workers found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majorus region. It is almost like Giannis itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory were the wretches fleeing deeper into the region, in greater and greater numbers. The observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. The Chem Princes are hastily summoning militias and getting ready to start purifying crusade. They await your lordship's blessing. What exactly is happening there? The vegetation demonstrated remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. How are the wretches involved? We do not know. It is as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Some were stopped by the watchmen appointed by order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. I had permission to advise granted. I await your proposals. Abelard. Giannis's natural world is rising up. It is a lucky coincidence that the planet boasts experts who specialize in both controlling and destroying life. Reports from the Magos biologist chapel make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, but I have no doubt they possess them. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use them against all of this, whatever it is. Pascal. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. The benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among personnel. Heinrichs. The wretches know more about this pestilent growth than we do. Something we must quickly rectify. We should capture some of those mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we're dealing with. Eogon. Learn how the wretches are connected to the phenomena occurring in the local biota. The only reliable method is to perform dissections on several specimens, to examine their brains in exhaustive detail, documenting every step and to comprehend the effect that the anomaly has on them. Such investigations will bring us closer to the truth and to an understanding of Giannis's true nature. Alright, begin the purge gets us Giannis Warlord, which gives me plus 10 fellowship, plus 5 weapon seal, plus 5 ballistic seal. That's useful. Set up research outposts, costs plasteel, and gets us the audacity of Giannis torpedo launchers. That is a lot of damage, though. Holy shit. Isolate the region and start rounding up the wretches. Make them tell us the truth about what's happening. Blessing of the Warp Spider. Whenever the warrior kills an enemy or scores a critical hit, they gain plus 2 movement speeds on the next turn. Ooh. Study the mutants thoroughly. Establish the truth of their origin. Hmm. I would like to point out that one option is burn and the other three is research, research, and research, but in like slightly different ways. I'm kind of tempted to go for research outpost just because it's the one that costs resources. Yeah, let's go for that one. May the Omnissiah be merciful to the souls of those who will give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. The scouts who ventured in the heart of the afflicted region discovered ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agri complexes. Fortified observation stations were set up in the largest clusters of ruins. The priceless data and artifacts collected there were paid for with the lives of many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Yanis's enraged wilds. Well, we got more drugs. That's cool. Now let's see what we can make. Cure for Sloth. Secret of the Winter Scales. Legend has it that House Winterscale holds the secrets of gas factorums. Workshops in which the organic raw materials pass through the fermentation vat, hot rollers, and pressure exhaust to yield valuable chemicals. This secret technology could enable Janus to produce enormous volumes of promethium. However, only the most skillful and highly paid smugglers would be up to this task of stealing this treasure. Profit. Contract available. Blood and Nephilim. That's a lot of text. So we're gonna lose a security. Profit factor. Oh, okay, wait, this is just correctly, so I say. So we're gonna lose 3 profit factor, but we'll get chems, promethium, fellowship of the void points, security, and a contract. And the contract is Caligos Winterscale has found out that the secret of gas factorums has been stolen from him. However, he is willing to leave that unfortunate incident in the past, offering the prospect of much greater gains. He's now captivated by the idea of seizing House Corda's Nephilim rigs of the frozen world of Lucen's breath. For Caligos himself, it would appear the profits as a mere side benefit is of the opportunity to massacre large numbers of House Cordia's servants in planetary battles. He is offering to pay with the aforementioned priceless flammable liquid in exchange for the fighting force he is desperately lacking. Sure. And then we can start working towards our rank 3, which are, I think... Yeah, these are all mutually exclusive, so once we get to these, we'll only be able to do one of them. Though, immediately, Starblight. That is a hella nice gun. Inflicts fatigue and slowed on the target. Deals toxin damage, high base damage. Plus 10% dodge against humans. Alright, sorry, I got distracted. Alright. Alright, no, I wasn't being distracted. So we need to look at our colonies. Okay, Foulstone. How's Foulstone doing? Oh god, we have a lot we can do here. Hallowed Railway. Glorious mag train loaded with relics will run across Foulstone, clearing the light of faith to every corner of the world. That sounds like a straight upgrade. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Cemetery of the Faithful. Foundation of an honorary cemetery for the repose of the dynasty's best servants will create new tradition for the Protectorate. Blessings of the Fallen. Souls of the crewmen laid to rest in the Foulstone Cemetery send blessings to their ships. The flagship gains a plus 5% bonus to evasion. Thousand-Faced Relic. The monks demand a great work. Thousands of faithful with skin entirely covered in scars in the form of lines from scripture about Saint Cognatus. Bonfires of Righteousness. That is a heavy fucking flamethrower. 22 to 33 damage on hit? Armor penetration of this flamer is increased by 4%, but does not inflict a burning effect. Oh. It doesn't light things on fire. This is just incinerating people. Oh, jeez. And this blocks us from getting good tidings. On Foulstone, the faithful are burning with fanatical zeal. Their faith commands them to exterminate the subhumans, the mutants, and the weak of faith in their midst. Though they must travel to other worlds of the Protectorate to continue the holy cleansing. Creations of the blasphemous Xenos, traces of heresies, and tomes of dangerous knowledge abound in the Coronis expanse. Let the bonfire's flames consume the corruption. Good tidings. All allies gain dogmatic crit chance. Order of the Hammer is closely held, and has a closely held and ambitious dream to erect a giant spire that will reach up to Foulstone's orbit. From there, a powerful Vox station will broadcast prayers and sermons to the entire planet, while the voice of the astropathic choir will carry the sacred words all across the Coronis expanse. The good tidings will be heard throughout the Vox spectrum, rallying the Imperium subjects. Okay, so we have a choice. Okay. And our choice is our choice is colony, right? Do we want a purge, religious purge, or do we want tele-evangelism? We can either have super churches with really rich propaganda, or we can just start burning books. Both options are good, I think. I'm leaning towards Bonfires of Righteousness just because this is a fucking insane flamethrower. And I'm leaning towards the other one just for the crit and profit factor. Actually, they both get profit factor. But Good Tidings, I think, benefits in that it doesn't involve destroying everything in sight. But destroying everything in sight does get us a cool flamethrower, so that's also useful, I think. And then, let's see. Yeah, all three of the tier 3s require either or. We don't really need to do either. Either one we do will be fine. Let's see. Nope. Shrine. Epiphany seems... Actually, Epiphany seems like it'd be nice for Abelard, but he does have that cyber arm, so it'd kind of be... Yeah. Oh! Religious Purge. Alright. We're purging. Purging is happening. Alright, and then Kiavagama. This is where we were last stream. Janus Danok. Lord Captain. The tech priests have made a sinister discovery on Kiavagama. A blasphemous machine built at the behest of the wicked Cubus Delphim. The mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp and occasionally transmits a discordant Benharic melody to nowhere in particular. But no encrypted data or other threats have been detected. It seems to be a functional side effect of sorts. Of course, the idea of using a machine instead of Athopas to contact the voices of the warp might seem tempting, but this machine is teeming with corruption. Its fuel tanks are satiated with the liquefied souls of your subjects. It is enough for now, but someday it will have to be refilled. We have the option to, for fucking once in existence, use a form of communication that is not just fucking crazy, stupid, goddamn warp bullshit, but it uses the souls of our people as fuel. So how the fuck did he make this? By defying the dictums of the Omnissiah and venturing into the perilous fields of experimenting with warp technology, it is dangerous knowledge, but the ancient and incredibly complex Vox core of the mechanism is much older than Delafim was. He probably found it here and made use of it to his own ends. Oh, what's the risks of using the machine? Typical of contact with the Immaterium, it intercepts information from the warp, which puts the minds and souls of the staff serving the machine in jeopardy. The warp is treacherous. Then what does my retinue think? Heinrichs, on behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally, that would be all, but I will explain further, out of respect for you. The Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Our trained acolytes are able to carry a vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the Immaterium without succumbing to their corruption. We could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever any threat would loom over his domain. Argenta. The demons wanted us to hear their vile speeches. Let them hear our righteous cry. Valentine. Let me summon the most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives and zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage into this machine. Let the inhabitants of the warp hear our voices in fear. I'm sorry. There's something so hilarious to me about, like, a bunch of, like, Sisters of Battle and, like, clergymen being like, we must annoy the demons. We must fucking ring their doorbell and, like, call them at 2 a.m. and ask them if they've read the Bible recently. we must annoy them with our dogmatic rhetoric about our religion's beliefs. Pascal. This blasphemous creation. I can never remember what voice they give this dude. The blasphemous creation must be anathemized and deconstructed. In the name of the total knowledge acquisition, the principles of its operation must be inspected beforehand in great secrecy, requesting the right to investigate the heretical device before disposing of it. Alright. Henrix, what do you get us? All allies gain +7 awareness. That would be cool. Security. Okay, what do we get? I'm really fucking entertained by this idea of just fucking annoying the warp. So if we do hers, we get 5,000 rep with the Drusians, +1 complacency, and the Emperor's voice, which gives all of us +7 persuasion. It's actually really funny. Okay, receive to transmit. Use it as it was expected. Security and efficiency. Okay. Study and deconstruct. We get the transceiver. Whenever the wearer is targeted by an ally's ability, the wearer gains fellowship bonus. Let's destroy it. And gets nothing. Alright. Argenta. Let's start blasting hell with Bible quotes. May the wicked cower in fear. Yeah, of course, Argenta. Go for it. The invited preachers, strict and stern, started to take shifts reciting a formidable litany about the inevitable victory of the Emperor into the Voxcaster. Their angry words flew straight into the Immaterium, reverberated in the ears of spirits it inhabited, unable to hide from this righteous diatribe. Whenever one of the preachers perished, another would take their place, and there was no shortage of volunteers. We have invaded hell, and we're just really annoying them. It's not even saying like the demons are being like destroyed by this. It's literally just the demons are very annoyed. They can't get away from it because it's just ever present. It's just really annoying. They don't like it. It's so funny. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Chapel of Enumeration. There we go. Only the revered and marvelously equipped temples of the Adeptus Mechanicus earn the right to become chapels of enumeration. Underneath their majestic vaults, cybersurges exercise devastation wreaking. Digital rakshas. While data smiths awaken the spirits of blessed cognitators with arithmetical liturgies and lex prayers. Lord Captain's void ship gains Eye of the Messiah. Augur system is connected to the mighty cogitation blocks offered by the explorators as a gift to the rogue trader. The computing power is so great that the augurs can pick up even the slightest vulnerabilities in enemy defenses. Enemies suffer negative 10% to their evasion. That's actually really nice. I like that. Alright, Magtrans. Planet's manufacturers are only as efficient as its logistical system. Lux Mechanicus predict a major growth in the world's overall manufacturing output if haulers and airships make way for powerful magtrains speeding along a web of long-distance railways. Profit factor, mechanisms, weapons, and efficiency. That's really nice. Compassion of the Saint. For the Saint. Silent. A hospice for servitors will provide care for out-of-order automatons, the utter bewilderment of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Medal of Metal. Servitors have no feelings, but they serve, attempting to pay the rogue trader back for his merciful guardianship. Plus 20 hull integrity. Ooh. S-Class engine. Yo. Strong acceleration, braking, and 13 speed. Okay, we need this immediately. Immediately. Kiava Gamma is sufficiently advanced and well-defended to have the honor of hosting an electro-priest monastery. Lighting up the sky with a mighty magnetic radiance, this formidable power complex will pour thousands of gigawatts of the blessed motive force into the planet's manufactorums. The Adeptus Mechanicus are concerned about the recent outbreak of heresy on Kiavagama. They offer to enter a solemn alliance with House von Valancius. Under its terms, an ancient workshop preserved by Lady Theodora's order will become the site of a Praetorius Guitarius, a factory which would produce the invincible tech guards. These unrelenting warriors, impeccable with their digital vows, will secure every Adeptus Mechanicus facility in the Protectorate. And this blocks flawless servitors. We can't build that yet anyway. Which gives me plus 10 to tech use. Exploiters are security and profit factor. And what does this do? Profit factor and efficiency. So this is less good overall in terms of benefits, but what does it actually do? A servitor is superior to an ordinary worker in every way, being efficient, durable, and devoid of service-irrelevant brain processes. Kiava Gamma will have the capacity to provide the entire Protectorate with servants of flesh and metal. Once given the appropriate amount of human raw materials, the new production line will be deployed at an ancient and venerated workshop decommissioned for preservation years ago by Lady Theodora's order. Okay. Yeah. I would prefer not to lobotomize people. I think we're going to go with tech guards when we get there. Issuing of this decree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming laggards into being processed into corpse starch, which will encourage most diligent servants. Expenses, people, profit, everything other than people, except for complacency. Alright, yeah, we're getting this fucking engine. Absolutely. We need that shit immediately. Xenotech. We already have 7. We should be fine. Charred ruins have been detected on the planet's surface. The architecture, building materials, layout, and passages betray their Xenos origin. There are currently no signs of Xeno activity on the planet, and their ruins seem to be abandoned. Run a detailed scan. Tech, you succeeded. The burnt husk of an Imperial shuttle has been found in the heart of the ruins. The pilot's remains are badly damaged. It would seem that the shuttle smashed into a building at full speed, causing the fire that destroyed it. Sister Argenta believes the crew has found the remains of a martyr who sacrificed themselves to protect humanity from the Xenos threat. She proposes to erect a monument and hold service in their honor. Cabela claims that the pilot's fierce and fearless spirit has not departed the remains to go to the Undying One. She proposes to honor the hero and decorate the bow of the flagship with their bones so they may continue to fight the enemies of humanity in death. You'll gain Martyr's Alrighty. After being rammed, the enemy void ship deals 10% less damage and has its hit chance reduced by 15%. Both effects last for 2 rounds. Ship's firing power is filled with indomitable fury from the bones of a martyr who fell upon... Wait, we're not putting it on the bow of their ship. We're putting it on ours? We're just... Okay, so we're... Okay, cool. That's... You know what? We're doing that. We're doing that. Absolutely. We now just have straight up bones on the front of our ship that's gonna make us do debuff enemies with fucking blood curses, I guess. The servants of the Bloodspun Web solemnly place the bones on the bow plating, while the crew watches the sacred ceremony with awe. The God Emperor has sent them a mighty spirit protector. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, we got bones. Yeah, bones. I just find it really funny because it's like we're talking about the scale of like giant fucking spaceships, and we're putting like a human skeleton on the front of that and being like, this is gonna help with ramming. This is gonna do significant damage to a giant spaceship the size of a continent, right? Human bones, all right? It'll help. It'll help. Totally. Totes my goats. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's Eldari. Alright. Let's see. I don't know how to classify Eldari ships, because I don't know what the ship means. I'm gonna take it the Shadow Hunters are the equivalents of cruisers, though. But I don't know what this is. I'll be honest, I'm kind of concerned about the big ship. So we're gonna do this. Actually, wait. I have an idea. We're gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it twice. No, not that. Not that. We're gonna swap to fighters. And we're gonna spin you. Get rotated, idiot. And then we're going to allow Abelard to use both of his abilities, which means we can now bamf and maybe destroy these torpedoes. Or at least diminish them a little bit. And then our fighters can, well, we kind of want to move like a little maybe over here. Yeah, move over here. We don't want to get blown up. Okay, destroy the ship. Cool. And start moving towards the cruisers. They're too big to be fighters. Or maybe. It's kind of hard to tell what was the shadowy illusion bullshit. Oh shit, there's 4 fighters. Or 4 cruisers. Corvettes, that's what I'm looking for. Corvettes. These are Corvettes. Ow. Alright, Heartless, I need you to do a lot of heavy lifting here for me. Like a lot of heavy lifting. Alright. That's 2 misses. That's not good. Alright. Let's recharge our shields. Deploy more fighters. And set up frontal shielding. And then you can... Nope, you can't. Okay. Just fly on over. Try and take out the last shadows. Oh, wow, you actually just killed them entirely. Okay, that's honestly staggering. Big bony bones. The bones are boning. I really want to ram one of these fucking ships. Ow. Fuck.
We approach oblivion.
Shut the fuck up with your stupid fucking psychic nonsense. The only reason I haven't killed off the stupid psyker yet is because companions have quest lines, so I want the content. Alright. I have a plan. The plan is this. We move directly in front of the torpedoes. I know this might seem suicidal. However, we're going to do... Well, first we're going to do this. Then we're going to do this. Then we're going to do this. Bamf. And that didn't actually damage them. Oh, right. I had the option to get the upgrade, but I never actually got it. Fuck. Alright, whatever. Move the shield to the left. There we go. Now from here, shoot these guys. There we go. I'm sorry, fighter crew. You are absolutely fucked. Yep. Yeah, have fun, Raw. Oh, God. So much damage. Alright. Let's shoot you. Hello. Get blasted. Get rotated. And let me just spawn some more fighters. Wait, I forgot about my boarding ability again. For the billionth fucking time. Alright. Fighters, go fuck up the remaining ship. Oh wait, I don't... Right, you need to, like, charge it up and shit. I forgot about that. Alright. If we go there, can we just ram you? We can, cool. Alright, let's see your fucking shadowy, ethereal nonsense handle just being straight up rammed. Oh, never mind. Fuck. That's lame. I wanted to ram them. I'm sad. Alright. Let's just shoot him then. With bullets. Like, lame. And not cool at all. In fact, solar's rare sales. Ooh. Alright. Get repaired. There's a Hulk here. Vigilant member of the Augur crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed. Send it a boarding shuttle. Oh yeah, we already looked at this one. If I recall. Alright. Alright. Let's make this a little easier on ourselves. Oh, hey, we discovered something. Fortis Porta. An unidentified object has been located in the system. The artifact reacts to our transmissions by releasing unknown radiation, most likely of Xeno origin. The cogs are reporting. If you want to get a closer look, we need to close the distance between the vessel and the object. Interesting. Let's see. Snow World. At first it looked like the snowy and desolate planet was devoid of surprises, but the yellow and orange flickering of the lumens and the notifications to the Yaka system informed the officers that there was a small colony that survived in spite of the harsh climatic conditions. All attempts to hail the colony have failed. Send out a scouting party. The explorers report the dismal condition of the settlement and its inhabitants. Their skin is translucent and pale, their icy blue eyes see practically no color, their language is rough and guttural, and their stomachs cannot tolerate anything except a stew made from local roots and mosses. And yet they are subjects from the Imperium, still loyal to the Emperor. They have mistaken your people for his emissaries. Find out what happened to the world. The local elders woefully reminisced about times long gone. Most of them were still sheltered in their mothers' wombs when the snow first settled on the verdant fields. Hail ruined the crops and frost hardened the soil. Plants and large beasts that could not sustain themselves were first to go. They were soon followed by birds and other small animals. Most people in large cities perished, unable to warm themselves and their families. They say the governor and his entourage left the world in the first days of winter, taking all the provisions and fuel with them. No one responded to the pleas from this dying world. The stars remained deaf to the messages transmitted by the planet's Vox stations. These abandoned subjects of the Imperium still managed to save the machines and other valuables, but they're of little use without a supply of promethium. And yet those who survived eventually adapted to the tribulations of the God Emperor bestowed upon them. Take any machinery from the colonists and abandon them to the freezing world. Abandon the freezing colony or actually help them. Imagine that of just you're absolutely fucked for no reason and your fucking government ditches you and you send out word for help, and the first time someone actually comes by and they hear your story about how everything sucks, and it's like a generational like ruination, and they just fucking rob you and leave. Here, you can have some Prometheum tech boosts. When the maw of the first generator belched forth a furious roar, and black ash started falling from the sky instead of smoke, the locals laughed and danced, trying to warm their limbs after decades of cold. They called down blessings upon their unseen savior, a rogue trader from the Von Valancius dynasty, and thanked the god emperor for the fortuitous encounter. The explorer's departure was accompanied by shouts of grateful approval, not to mention their many parting gifts. Ooh. Very nice. More ship components. Xeno artifacts. Oh god. Lookout bridge. We have an unknown object dead ahead, not an asteroid, clearly artificial in nature, but it's larger than Footfall Station. Bridge. Copy that. Report delayed to officer on duty and pilots. Lookout. Expect visual soon. Bridge. We have visual. What the? Incoherent whispering. Bridge. Lookout. This is Voxmaster. I'm adding the plots, the pilots, senior officers, and the Lord Captain to this channel. His Lordship wishes to assume personal command. Lookout. Lord Captain, we have requested intel on the object from the Augur Array module, awaiting their response. Lord Xenos succeeded. Lord Captain on the line? No need to engage the Augurs, know what it is. It's called the Webway Gate. Officer Station, Van Calux here. What we see before us is a Webway Gate, an artifact that Xenos used to get to their sorcerous realm, so to speak. It allows Eldari to get around the sector quickly and serves as a hideout to their most unpleasant tribe, the Drukari, whom we have already met. Officer Station, you're Liet here. This gate is just like the one you saw in Lilithan. The children of Assyrian wander through the voids through such constructs. Erected in ancient times, any ship that passes through such a portal will enter a tangle of paths, fathomable but to none but my kin. Is there an augur report? Bridge, according to the available data, the object consists of an unknown material foreign to the Imperium. We're registering an unknown class of energy profile. The injured seers are at a loss about how this technology works exactly, but they did specify that the energometry suggests that the system is holding an active charge. The object appears ready to do whatever it's designed to do. What is the officer's take on this? Officer Station, Von Kaulux here. What we see before us is a Webway Gate. Oh, yeah, this is just repeating. Can we activate this device somehow? Bridge, requesting response from the Engineerium. Apologies, Lord Captain. The tech priests have refused to even consider such a possibility. It would be a violation of the Yom-sized tenets, and an extremely dangerous undertaking. Perhaps certain companions of yours could. Officer Station. Even if I knew the secrets of this gate, I would never surrender to the Monkey. The Webway is our kin's sacred refuge and a deadly trap to those such as you, Ellen Talk. Alright. Let's just leave then. Let's just leave the mysterious mystery of mysteriousness. Yeah, let's upgrade our torpedoes. Which one's the torpedoes? Yeah, it's the torpedoes. Let's upgrade. Alright. Now, I want to go back to the bridge for a moment. See if we can... Because we've been... The round of colonization shit we've done and the amount of cargo we picked up, we can probably amp our rep and profit factor a bit. Get ourselves some new items. Yeah, I don't need a tutorial on the thing that I just finished doing. Thanks, though, game. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Allows flak shots to be fired from kinetic macro cannons. Ooh. We can basically replace the maintenance deck with an additional gun, basically. Ceramite plating. Nah, that's not that great. We're mostly with this one gate kept by profit factor. We don't have nearly enough profit factor for this. What about you guys? Do you guys have anything for me? Staff of Endless Light. That doesn't do anything because we don't have a Pyromancer. You also want more profit factor. You also want more profit factor. You also want more profit. Okay, everyone just wants me to be richer before they're willing to sell me anything. I noticed. Where was it? Oh, I can just use him to immediately get to the Bionica. I would like to introduce Cabela to some of the customs practiced among the people of my stature, show what life is like in the upper deck, so to speak. Generous huffed pensively. Your lordship is most courteous, but what exactly did you have in mind? An officer's report meeting? Perhaps? Oh, your lordship, to be perfectly frank, even I struggle to stay awake during those meetings. Poor Mistress Cabela would surely not last long amidst all the droning and tedium. Janus adjusts his frock and nods enigmatically. I will see what can be arranged, and do not worry a single moment. I promise the most suitable approach. I'll contact you the moment I have something to offer. Sure. Look at bridge. Oh. Any changes? No. Anyone have anything to say? Nope. Let's move out. Alright. So it looks like we're going to need a lot more profit factor. Let me look at our contract, see if there's anything. Expense is profit factor, but we get more food. You know what, fuck it. We need food. Secret from the Heathen Stars. The ship has returned from an expedition to the Heathen Stars with no Xenos treasure, no coordinates of promising worlds, nor anything else of great value. All they have brought back is a mysterious protein-based slime that is edible and replicates itself at a phenomenal rate. Whoever purchases this amazing substance will be able to grow it in cultivation vats to feed entire hives. Wow. That's revolting. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. There's a quest that I haven't done. We need to decrypt the databank. That's probably the thing on Kiavagama that I forgot to do. I just entirely missed that I had that quest. Alright, where's the databank? Turn on. The reflections of the bridge lights are playing on the unlit vid screens of the cogitator. Next to the machine stands a hunched tech priest, who bows as you approach, his body nearly folding in half. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of this mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to awaken it, use the key of your blood. Place hand. The servitor's powerful jaws close around your hand with a screeching clank. You feel the cold metal pierce your skin and draw blood. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly, filling with numerical combinations. The deck priest by the cogitator nods curtly. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain. Pascal has informed me that the system has encrypted data stored inside. I wish to know its contents. Well, in another word, the tech priest turns on to the cogitator. He raises his hands and a prayer of Binhark code pours out of his box device. The servo motors of the bowels of the machine grows louder, an undulating hum responding to his chant. Numerical combinations run down the screens. Oops. Scanning. Registration, rest in it, identification, nom OS operate, rasp off, non, rasp OS operation, operate, rasp off. The machine spirit has discovered numeral has critical errors. The data is damaged. The tech priest stops abruptly, and a green glow of his visor and arrows. Registering an intact segment, the machine spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiavagama and Argonis hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide the rogue trader with data keys that can unlock said repositories. How do I accept these keys? Input, request, data trans, act, initiate. The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of House Von Valances by means of an elect to a hypodermic tattoo augment. If you're ready to accept the keys, place your hand outside the servitor's mouth. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist, but the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The electu that has been planted inside your wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. Alright, thank you. Tech priest bows. Alright, we're gonna have to do that sooner rather than later then. Let's get to Dargonis, and then we'll create a bridge from Dargonis to Footfall, and then jump from Footfall to Kiava. That should be more or less good enough, I think. Let's make this a little safer. Generous Danrock. The High Factorum's voice rings high with pride. Lord Captain, I have done as you commanded. Everything is prepared for your ritual with Miss Cabela. A select few upper deck officers are ready to leave their post to attend this formal greeting and gathering and praise your lordship's name. We are to begin at your convenience. I doubt Cabela will enjoy this. I am confident that Cabela will appreciate the effort, both yours and mine. What could be more representative of the Lord Captain's inner circle than a formal event in the company of the most eminent members of the crew? Fine. It will be done. I shall signal the servants and notify the invited parties immediately. Let us demonstrate to Mistress Cabela just how strong our vessel's spirit of camaraderie truly is. Chart new routes. Visit. Let's scan. Ooh, provisions and a landing site. Interesting. Let's see what's going on here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I do not like this. Did the door just lock behind us? The airlock is sealed. This isn't right. You distinctly remember never activating the seal on your way through. Abloid. I know I'm about to state the obvious, but I will state it anyway. There's something off about this. Something very off. Tech use. Open the airlock. The control panel is being uncooperative. You know enough about the machine spirit behavior to conclude that it is not malice that is making it refuse to comply, but a higher priority order they're executing. After repeating the command input sequence thrice, Ian again huffs in disappointment. No, Nuncius, I am certain that I interpreted the machine spirit's response correctly. It is guided by the simplest Binharic logic, as well as a strict hierarchy of protocols, and right now, it would sooner die than open the way for us. Noctius's empty eye sockets stare indifferently out of his colleague's frustration. Contact the ship. This is Rogue Trader speaking. We're having difficulties here. White noise of static is all you hear in response. Either the Voxmaster cannot reply, or she is blatantly ignoring you, or comms are being jammed. None of these possibilities bode well. Try to force the airlock open. The plasteel, durable enough to withstand the pressure of the interplanetary void, absorbs your hits with supreme indifference. It will take more than that to break through.
I failed.
Through the ventilation shaft, you can hear the steady drip of condensation from the depths of the ship.
Nice little stroll. Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again. But my present fate is not a burden to me.
No matter where I go, or who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That
Alright.
is what matters.
Let's head over here then.
Fascinating. Let's take a look.
Experience.
Door.
Nothing matters more.
Alright. Did I just hear skittering? I'm sure it's nothing. It's kind of funny to be here and fail all of the, like, perception checks and everything. Oh yeah, this guy doesn't have legs. Unknown Captain's Diary. Info. A thick diary filled with entries written in neat, precise handwriting. Its author was documenting the events of his life with thoroughness bordering on obsession. After browsing through its pages, the following entries catch your attention. Exodus, Watch 1. Never thought this day would come. I'm addressed as Master Captain once more. How many times did I swear never to venture into the void again during those 2 tearing years I spent among the mangled ruins of the unheralded Reckoning's Bridge? Unfortunately, life in a gravity well did not bring me peace. Reverend Hieronymus promised me that performing a selfless feat of devotion would bring me serenity. Maybe he's right. But I'm still writing in this journal during the long nights to keep my sanity, just like I did for 2 years there and 7 terrible ruin years after that here. We'll see if I'll be able to live without the somewhere that is our Wasteland Wayfarer's destination. Exodus, Watch 237. The crew has reported hearing strange noises from the ventilation shafts for a 3rd time. Alas, I'm charged with pilgrims, not seasoned voidsmen. The venture scares them, and they've already managed to make up their share of absurd ghost stories. I asked Reverend Gravik to calm them down, and he's the official head of the pilgrimage, so they ought to listen to him. Exodus Watch 240. The vent inspection is finished. Just as expected, there's nothing to worry about, just some torn tubing striking the hull. Exodus Watch 393. Reverend Hieronymus was wrong. Faith does not bring me peace. I prefer not to take any sides in the theological dispute that is broken out aboard our vessel. Ignoring the debates altogether, I'll let Reverend Gravik handle it. I'm slightly concerned about the schism, but as long as both groups are peaceful and agree to follow my orders, they can bicker about and shout all they want. Exodus Watch 810. The great day has arrived. The desert wayfarer has successfully landed on the planet's surface. I wonder if it'll ever leave it. A settlement is already being built down the hill. Its official colonial designation is III 649 Minoris, but Reverend Gravik said he's going to name it Jessivin. When we first stepped onto the surface, Reverend Gravik's congregation and the Nourishers used different airlocks to leave the vessel. It seems like they've ceased any and all communication. Exodus Watch 1212. Today, the last pilgrims have left the Wayfarer for Jessivin. I'm alone once again. They invited me to go with them, but I made up an excuse about needing to keep watch at the reactor since my ship is still used for powering the settlement. Truth be told, I just didn't want to go with them. They say less than 1,000 pilgrims are still loyal to Gravik. The services at the main temple are performed by the Nourishers, and the St. Drusus statue is cut only up to its knees. I can't understand their beliefs, but I don't think they will help me more than Reverend Hieronymus's faith. I was woken in the night by a dozen pilgrims from Genevan. They were armed and scared, and said the Nourishers had arrested Reverend Gravik. They were bewildered and didn't know what to do, wanting me to act, so I did. Since Reverend Gravik is the official head of the pilgrimage, I deemed this an incident to civil unrest. I cut power to Genevan and demanded Reverend Gravik's release via Voxcom. We are holding the line. Exodus Watch 1290. The Nourishers have come to us. Gravik was with them. He was calm and said that the conflict has been resolved. He took the confused pilgrims and their guns with him. And then I restored power to the settlement. I have no idea what's going on. Peace. the watches of no consequence. Today I received the brotherly kiss, and now I believe I can clearly see the spiral path among the stars set for us by the Emperor Progenitor. Now I can hear my brothers and sisters. I am finally alone no more. Yeah, that, went to take a shit and then splash hit your balls. See, that's why, well, that's one of the reasons I never sit on the toilet.
Do I detect doubt in your voice?
There's a few reasons I don't sit. That's one of them, without a doubt.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Come on. Metal box is brutally frozen open. Why would the ship's owners break into it if they could simply turn the key? Let's just make sure all the doors are open for no reason at all. Box clerk. Hunched over the boxcaster, the hooded man mutters monotonously but emphatically into the machine as he rocks slightly to and fro. In the light of distant stars, our Emperor Progenitor wanders wearily. With thoughts and visions of us, he sends us particles of his light. Though his body suffers, his mind lingers on us. Let us therefore nourish him with the light of our souls, with our prayers, and with our faith. Argenta frowns. The faithful worship the Emperor under a great many names, but after a great many fashions, and yet I do not like this prayer. Put your hands up, take off your hood, and don't make any sudden movements, or else you'll be dead before we're properly acquainted. The man falls silent. A satisfied chuckle without a hint of fear comes from under his hood. As long as our father progenitor thinks of me, I am eternal. Gabo, hi. How's your day? What you up to? Oh, big stretch. With a pale hand, he throws back his hood. You see an ugly face with a flat, wide nose, disproportionately large brow ridges, irisless eyes with enormous pupils, a wide toad-like mouth, and skin that transitions to purple scales at the cheekbones. Standing before you is an abominable subhuman, a mutant. Welcome to the abode of the Nourishers. What about me? I am operating off of like 4 hours of sleep. I'm not that tired though, ironically. I just kind of I woke up, I was kind of out of it, and then I was kind of late starting stream because I was just kind of zoned out. But otherwise, I'm doing good. 3 sorrowful phalanges point the way to the Emperor Progenitor. I am glad that you've chosen ours. Heinrich recoils and grimaces and touches his temple as if pained by a headache. This is bad. Very, very bad. Ready your weapon, Valentine. Lord Xenos, look closer at the misshapen man. This being's nature has strayed too far from mankind's blessed genome. The Creed sees no humanity in deviants like these, and so it commands that such creatures be exterminated without mercy. Yeah. Attack. The world is full of horrors, but your death will make it a much better place. The mutant shrieks, grinning. May the grace of our progenitor be upon you. His words are piercing, becoming a shrill echo of 100 voices? Minds? Growing ever louder, it torments your mind, and before you know it, you reach for your weapon. You hear a clanging echo growing louder in the empty modules. Like hundreds of clawed limbs striking bulkheads and grabbing onto bars. Whoever is advancing upon you, there are a lot of them. You ought to run for your life before they trap you in this crammed Vox cabin. Argenta's expression brightens. Countless foes in a cumbersome position. O Emperor, I thank thee for giving us another chance to taste the sweetness of battle and the solemn joy of courageous deeds. Abelard, sister. I fear we're about to partake in something quite different, or more likely, someone is about to partake of us. Techies, make a dash for the Voxcaster and try to contact the ship. The Vox spits out a torrent of static, through which you nonetheless manage to catch fragments of words spoken by a voice not unlike that of your Voxmaster. Von, Valance, Command, Urlach. The signal is lost before you manage to say anything. Heinrichs, evidently at the end of his patience, growls through his gritted teeth. We must get out of this trap. We gotta go. Let's just run. Your gaze falls on a rune-covered control panel near the Vox receiver. A green lumen burns beneath the engage airlock seal switch. The switch socket is corroded and does not immediately yield to your touch, but the lumen changes color to a blood red, and the whirring of deactivated airlocks rises up from the depths of the ship. Alright, let's just run. Let's just book it. Book it, book it, book it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, we're running. Okay, let's go. Oh no, we were not allowed to run. Oh, that's worse. Okay, well, we have a Gene Stealer here. Okay. Rainama, you stand here. Abelard, you take point. Argenta, just stand behind cover for a sec. Eogun, you take the other side. Cabela, this might sound weird, but I kind of want you back here to grab the loot. Heinrichs, you are slow as fuck, so stand in the front. Okay, Heinrichs is nearly dead, instantly. Just, like, the moment the battle starts, he's nearly dead. Argenta, we're fighting Xenos here, so I mean, let's just be honest, it has nothing to do with the Xenos, it's just Sister Argenta is a beast. Alright, voice. Give her a turn. And we're going to want a controlled shot so that we don't hit our allies. And then just start shooting. Just start shooting. Okay, that did not do nearly as much as I expected it to. Mark the Gene Stealer's prey. And as for the Rainamos, shoot it. Okay, they dodged. Okay. Okay. Rapid fire. Controlled shot. Burst fire again.
I'll do it.
Okay. We got it to half health. Oh, it's running. Why is it running? Okay, we're going to move forward. Heinrichs, give everyone a buff. Increase your own strength. Move forward as far as you can. Increase your speed. And also heal yourself, because you're fucking dying again. In Cabela, you have a very important job. Loot the chest. Loot chest. Loot chest.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Not enough moving points. To loot chest. Loot chest. I can see that there's a chest here. Let me loot it. Fine, whatever. I guess we can't loot the chest. Alright. Dance Macabre. Actually, no, you don't need to dance yet. Do your...
I shall not fail.
Oh, whoops. Okay, that did not work the way I expected it to. Alright. Just Dance Macabre all the way over. And I guess fuck Eogun. In particular, for no reason. Alright. We're not chasing the Gene Stealer, because that seems like, I'll be honest, it just seems like a fucking horrible idea to do. Can you buff up, Abelard? And then we're going to want to give an extra turn. Yeah, no one needs it. Just end your turn. Now, Abelard. Get over here. Dash, because we just need to run. We just need to fucking book it as fast as we can. Shit isn't only gonna get worse for us. Yep. Okay. Big running. Big running. Yeah. Wait, you can regenerate. Oh, fuck. I forgot Gene Stealers can regenerate. Oh, that's not good. That's not great. Okay. Yeah. Boy, I do love not being here at all. Just not being here. That's what I love more than anything. Here, Yogun, you can have the buff. Now we give Sister Argenta another turn. And Sister Argenta, I need you to just light this motherfucker on fire, okay? And then we're gonna call, or claim rather. Just keep burning it. Just keep burning, and also keep running. Keep running. Keep fucking running. Rainbow, you can't move any further than this, so you're just gonna have to take a shot. You're not. Falling behind here is kind of terrible, but you know, there's not really anything else that can be done about it. Just keep running. Heinrichs, keep moving forward. Buff up Abelard's strength. Make him tough. And give him a speed boost. And heal yourself more, because you're still dying. Okay, so the exit is way the fuck over here. We're still a ways off from it. Oh, Heinrichs. Careful. Alright, Cabela, you're gonna need to save... You're gonna need to save Rayanma here. Okay, where is the weak spot? I don't see it. Does this not have a weak spot? That's not good. Alright, Dance Macabre. Okay, you hit. Give me Blood Oath. Start bleeding everywhere. Because we really need this thing to just fucking die quickly. Okay. It is not dying quickly. Okay. Dance. Aries. Okay. Raining blood. Flash it. Yogun, you just do your best to scoot your ass. Move your fucking shit. There you go. Medicaid signal. Let's see, do you have something that can help with mobility? Take aim? No. Yeah, no. You don't have anything that's gonna help. Here, can you voice of command Valentine? And then... Not go Vanek Field. Air of Authority. There you go. There we go. That's useful. Alright, Abelard. I need you to save my ass. Okay, good. My ass is in the process of being saved right now. Hit him with a kick. Laser. Shotgun. Okay, that was most of our health. Heinrichs, keep booking it.
Get me a target.
That's a third one. That's a third one. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. And Cabela nearly got one-shotted. Okay, we're gonna have to cut through. We're just gonna have to cut through, because we can't abandon... oh, God, it's regenerating its health. Jeez. Alright. Buff up Cabela. We need to give her as much help as we can. Alright. Dance Macabre back over this way. Jeez, what do we even do in this situation? Yeah, we're gonna try to immobilize it. I think that's our best course of action here. Is just immobilize the fucking thing. Does this... Suffers less damage from attacks of opportunity and gains dodge. Yeah, so just do it here. Try and... Fuck! Okay, she got downed. Okay, Cabela's down. Shit. Alright, we're running. We're booking it. Just... Go, 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 go. Okay, Abloyd's dead too. Okay. Okay, okay, this is fine. This is fine. Everything is okay. This is not a terrible situation, I promise. Hey, Argentia, can you Furious Recital real quick? And then just mow into them. Much damage as you can get. Just absolutely destroy that thing. Also, mark it as prey. And then run and gun.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Just keep sprinting past. And then just
This is unacceptable.
burn. Burn it all. Alright, Heinrichs, I need you to buff. Okay, we don't want to do any more psychic abilities just because we're really high on Veil. Alright, Heinrichs, just... Wait, can you... This is gonna sound so silly. Heinrichs, can you arrest the Gene Stealer? Can you just arrest it? Can you just handcuff it? Okay. Did you get arrested? Enemy effects... Staggered. No. It did not go through. Damn. Okay. Yeah, this isn't good. Alright, Eogun.
Lucius is skeptical about this. I cannot comply. I refuse to comprehend this.
And then I think it was... Voice of command? No. It's take aim, that's what I wanted. You can't use that on yourself, interesting. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're gonna really need to just blast through as hard as we can here. What's your hardest hitting attack that you possibly could do? Okay, that's pretty decent. 35 to 40. $40 to 60. Yeah, go for that. Okay, dodged. That's not great.
Nuncius
Okay, missed. That's also terrible. Then the other Gene Stealer's here. Okay. 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 Buff up Progenta. And give her an extra turn. She needs it.
Faith without deeds is what
Just keep burning. Just burn it. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it. Reno, can you flashbang the Gene Stealer? By chance? You can, cool. Flashbang it.
I won't die here.
Okay, Heinrichs is nearly dead.
as the Emperor commands. This is why I was chosen. Doubt is
Just keep cooking it.
I'll do it. I need your Egypt.
Oh god.
Oh, Emperor.
Oh jeez. Okay.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Take it out? Okay, you can't. No, that's just suicide.
Let's see to it.
Okay, Eogun's nearly dead. Okay, Eogun's dead. Oh god. Okay. Valentine, you're gonna have to sacrifice yourself, I'm sorry. There's nothing we can realistically do here outside of just... just run. Just run.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Okay.
Naturally.
God Emperor, shield us from this
Okay, now... we actually have something we could do here. Break their ranks. Take them out. Cool, great. Okay, you can actually move now. Now for us, because we're stuck in melee combat, we're going to have to pull out our melee weapons. And we're going to have to press the advantage and just go tactical. And just strike as hard as we can. And that is not hard enough. Okay. Volley fire.
by faith.
Try and get Valentine out of there, okay? Just volley as many shots as you can into that thing. Yep, yep, yep. Just full auto. Good.
Do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Alright. Okay. Now we just scare it off with a flamethrower. And Heinrichs, start moving to the exit. Start booking it. Run, 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 run. Okay. Okay, we made it out. Okay, that was... that was great. That was great. I liked that place. That was a fun place to be in. A great planet. Truly amazing. Wow. Hmm. Ugh, big guns. Big yawny-yawns. Small planet gently wrapped in amber forest greets you with a ruby-colored dawn. Basil von den Clerk, the local governor, gives the rogue trader a warm welcome. After several glasses of Damascene, the sweltering ruler asks if Valentine von Valencius would like to keep him company during the upcoming hunt. Accept the offer. After several hours of riding the local peculiar animals, you make camp in the middle of the golden forest. Basil von den Clerk points to the sky. A flat disk rises over the horizon. Constantly morphing its color and shape, the forest grows silent and empty. You can no longer hear the singing of birds or even the rustle of wind. The governor nods with satisfaction, and a few shapes step into the clearing. Their bodies are twisted by an unknown phenomenon, and you watch the freaks with astonishment as they begin to dance to the throaty cackling of their brethren, turning the bony, gross, and pulsating flesh of their scaly hands towards the unnatural thing in the sky. Watch in silence. The hypnotic dance seems to continue forever. The unfortunate creatures howled, whined, and convulsed, unable to tear their bleeding eyes from the celestial body. When the Pavonine disk outshone even the light of the local star, the physical shells of the things that used to be men burst, releasing beasts onto this plane that not even the most fluid and capable pen could describe. Basil von den Clerk excitedly explains that the creatures you saw are the children of the great king of distortion. It is he who is the true god and patron of these fertile grounds. Once every cycle, his chariot shines its light upon the world and bestows transformation amongst his most ardent followers. The rogue trader may become one of his heralds. Wow, I wonder who the king of distortion could be. Let's run a poll for absolutely no reason. Hunt. Execute. Herald. Home. 3 options. We got 3 options here. Now, obviously, we could shoot the man for doing weird fucky bullshit. We could decide to become a herald of the distortion god, who may or may not just be Tzeentch, but also might actually be a god that, like, warps things, sure. It's not like Tzeentch has exclusive domain over the concept. We could also just say fuck it and go home and not really worry about what the fuck it just happened. Just be like, yeah, great. I'm leaving. I got shit to do. I got a job, man. I can't be a herald to your god. It's crazy shit, you know. I'm kind of curious to see what becoming a herald would do for us, but at the same time, it could also just fuck us over and make, like, I don't know, make you explode and a fucking Eldritch Abomination comes out. It doesn't, who the fuck knows? Conversely, we could just kill him because the fucking chaos worship. But we don't even know if it's chaos. It's probably chaos. There's like a 90% chance it's chaos. But there's 10% chance that it's just something weird and different that isn't inevitably chaos. I'm not quite sure, though. I genuinely do not know. No one knows either, huh? I guess we play it safe then. Let's just execute him. The governor's head is separated from his neck with a distinctive squelch. Black and brown blood seeps into the soil beneath his corpulent body and is immediately transformed into a writhing tangle of worms that burrow deep into the ground with unnatural speed. You return to the ship, pondering what to do with the world and, more importantly, what to do with the King of Distortion. Orders that the crew chart a course to the anomaly known as the King of Distortion. The senior officers observe suspicious activity emanating from the twisted celestial body at the heart of the system. The chaplain advises you to get ready for a potential encounter with the spawn of the archenemy, so it might be wise to reconsider unless you have holy relics, sacred wards, or blessed effigies of the Emperor. Aflame with a plethora of colors, the distorted celestial disk trembles slightly beyond the endless windows of the captain's bridge as the rogue trader's ship approaches its center. An otherworldly voice, cold and enveloping, enters your mind. What would this puny wretch possibly offer a king? The officers on the bridge look around, perplexed. Their eyes are full of terror and confusion. Then they clutch their heads and let out long howls of pain. Some empty their stomachs, but most, pale and exhausted though they are, have joined the Lord Captain in resisting the entity's influence. Command the entity to release the minds of the Amber Worlders from its grip. The king's mocking laughter rings in your ears, and a deep red trickle runs slowly down your nose and over your lips, leaving an aftertaste of salt and metal. Order a ship-wide 1,000-voice prayer of service over holy relics for the protection of the Amber Worlds, the Imperium, and your own souls. Deafening gong strikes are heard across the hundreds of decks. Your eyes are misted with red and your gums bleed, and your subjects fall to their knees all at once. In the shared prayer to the God Emperor, the holy relics from the ship's temples melt from the ardor of your speech, and the entity screams and writhes inside your brain, struggling to break out. Many drop dead during the first minute of the prayer, unable to resist the corruption. However, others immediately take their place, unfazed by the sight of their fellows turning to dust in seconds. Then a nauseating stench engulfs the ship's decks like a wave, causing people to retch forth their innards. Finally, every deck is plunged into darkness. Ghosts of the past walk among the living, stealing breaths from those weak of spirit, and still the prayer is not extinguished. It is hard to tell if the prayer service has lasted several hours or several days. At some point, you feel your very essence start to overflow with heat and power, and then the intruding will falters. The distorted disc vanishes from the void ship's augers, as if it had never been there, and at long last, everything is quiet. As everyone slowly recovers from what just happened, reports begin to come in from the captain's bridge. You've lost a third of your crew in the unequal fight, and if fortunate survivors are going to take quite some time to come around. All hail the rogue trader. Holy shit. Okay. Well, like, how many is that? Thousands? Millions? I'm not quite sure. The golden forests of the Amber World look enchanting, even from orbit. Proclaim yourself the sovereign of Amber World. From that moment, the world belonged to the rogue trader alone. Your people eradicated the settlements, housing, and unclean followers of the profane cult. The corruption instilled by the King of Distortion loosened its grip, and the estates of the Amber World can breathe a sigh of relief thanks to the efforts of their new ruler. Yet malicious servants of the archenemy still lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to wrap the planet in a web of heresy. Evil does not simply disappear without a trace. Alright. Well, that was fucky. So that system has both a gene stealer cult and fucking Zinch bullshit. That is not desirable in the slightest. Alright, let's chart a new course. Let's make it more manageable. While traveling through the Immaterium, the crew on duty in Loading Bay 7 heard what sounded like the hissing of a giant snake. The terrified workers sent out a vox message, and then locked themselves into a shipping container and welded it shut. The response team sent to the bay found no signs of warp activity. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the workers had suffocated. Chart new routes. There we go. Oops. Let's visit. Whew. Start from the left this time. Oh, we got a crate. Gas giant. Ah, free loot. Very nice. Let's see. This planet can barely sustain life, and yet searchers discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. The colonists live in conditions that are conditions worse than any underhive, yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, Archqueen Princeps Domina. Pay the Archqueen an official visit. The ruler meets Lord Captain in a shack, considered to be a palace by the people here. The Archqueen's unusual crown is made out of metal coils, most likely parts of an ancient device for boiling water. The guests are served the finest delicacies the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled Low Gothic and calls the Lord Captain her dear brother. At the end of the audience, gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift Lord Captain and his crew could provide would be the replenishment of the colony's meager gene pool. Oh, so when she calls us her brother, that's... I see. The Lord Captain gives orders to canvass the lower decks for volunteers. The most ruggedly handsome amongst them will be sent to the Archqueen's court along with other gifts. The Archqueen is delighted and flattered. She hopes Lord Captain will pay her more visits in the future. Yeah. Swift and merciless retribution is a proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using the convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds like Phobos 6. To atone for their crimes before humankind, hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toll in the minds of the Von Valance's protectorate until death from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident claims their forsaken souls. Ah, I see. Alright. Finally, we can save the Eldari survivors. New contract. Let's see. The new contract. Blood and Nephilim. We give up people and we get promethium chemicals. I mean, we don't really need more either, but... Oh, we don't even have many people to spare. Fine. At the very least, it'll make them like us more, and that's pretty nice. Alright. Let's go deal with the last of the Eldari. Holy shit. Lord Captain, Drukhari's ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past their patrols unnoticed is close to zero. Yeah, this is a lot. Holy shit. Well, let's just tear through them all. You fail to get past the enemy ships unnoticed. The nearest Drukhari ship stacks at once. Get ready, so the others will soon join it. Oh, I thought it was going to get, like, 5 separate battles, but I guess it's just all of them all at once. That's not good. Alert, the Drukhari have blocked some of your flagship's posts using an unknown Xenos power. Your crew will regain control of these posts in several rounds. Oh, God. They're coming. Alright. Let's just bombard them while we're here. Okay, let's try and actually hit them, too. That'd be nice. And one more try. No? Okay. I guess it just ain't working. Let's head over to this destroyer then. Shunt. And then scoot over behind. Then we reset our shields. Interceptor. Give him a little black butt. There we go, that's one down. And then go and distract the destroyer. It's kind of... Oh, that's so many more ships. That's so many more ships. Oh, fuck. Nope. I can't believe our fighters actually survived that. Alright. Come on. God, there's so many. There's so many ships. Oh, God. Okay. Let's increase our turning radius. Try and get up behind them, I think. Yeah, that works. Alright. Let's just shoot you real quick. Take you out. Or try to, anyway. Let's bamf forward. Shoot the flanks. Create more fighters. And then... This would be you guys. Yeah. Let's rotate you. Haha. Alright. Now you can fly over here. Destroy this. I don't really want to destroy the other Drukhari ship while it's right next to our capital. Or not our capital, but our primary ship. We can take out this one. Man, fighters are such a game changer. They make you so much stronger once you get them. Rounds left 6. Alright. U-turn. Yeah, do that. Swing run. Yep. There we go. Then you can take a shot there. How the hell are you not able to... Here. Fire torpedoes in this situation, I think. And try and finish them off. Very nice. Oh, even more ships. Oh, God.
Only our faith protects that part of the vessel now.
Hmm. What does this lightning thing do? Whenever a vessel enters this anomalous zone, its shields are fully restored and their strength increased. Ooh. Okay, ow. Okay, we're starting to take some real heavy damage here. Fortunately, these two... Okay, let's move our torpedoes over. And then let's move us over. Upon entering the zone, 2 random weapons on the vessel are disabled until the end of the round. Additionally, there's a chance of internal fire. Honestly, that sounds worth it. In Star Wars? Oh, fuck. I like the extended universe old Sith. Like, the version of Sith that are, like, alchemists and engineers, and not, like, political lunatics. I like those guys. Those guys are cool. Whether they're... Tor? I'm not sure what you're... Tor. What is Tor? The Old Republic? Oh, yeah. I'm not that... Old Republic. That's the... Is that the... No, the MMO... The MMO is SWOTOR, isn't it? Sorry, I'm not very... Yeah, it's the MMO. I never played the... Oh, I did play the MMO, but I played the MMO for, like... a couple hours. Yeah, it's the MMO and the session. I never really got that much into Star Wars, unfortunately. Which is kind of ironic. I used to be part, like, really long time ago on fucking Gaia Online. I used to be in a fucking Star Wars RP guild. But I chose to be a bounty hunter in there. Instead of, like, a Jedi or a Sith or something, which literally every other person in the guild was. Every single person was a Jedi or Sith, and, like, trying to be the main character. And I was just like, listen, man. I run a bar, and on the side, I do bounties that aren't, like, too crazy. Just to, like, keep the neighborhood clean enough that people will come in to buy drinks. Like, that was my character. My character was just like, man, I'm just trying to live here. And everyone was like, my dark Sith Lord is so powerful. My Jedi is like a master. They can do crazy shit from like another planet. I'm just like, I'm making drinks, man. I'm making drinks. You want a fucking alcoholic smoothie? Right? Yeah, like... Oh, God. Oh, no. No. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. We are so close to dying. Oh, shit. They're getting an extra... Oh, yeah. We're fucked. We cannot... We're fucked. That's GG. Wait. How are we still alive? How the fuck are we still alive after that salvo? But yeah, let me put it this way. I like Star Wars. I like Star Wars Extended Universe. But I'm not like an aficionado. It's not like I've seen every movie, I've read every comic, I watched every show or anything like that. I am very much like a casual fan. But most of what I can tell you is I like the extended universe super old Sith notion of like, because it's kind of awkward because it's like canon Star Wars, right? Like the most like raw and real truth of what Star Wars is, right? Is kind of awkward, specifically because how do I put this? It's awkward because fundamentally it's not really supposed to be a sci-fi story. It's supposed to be a soap opera, right? And the idea of the Force is mostly the idea of like the Force and the like supernatural and sci-fi elements are mostly like window dressing. Like it mostly just exists to give like an interesting backdrop for a story that fundamentally has very little to do with it, right? Like yeah, there's aliens and robots and magic, but like the baseline story of Star Wars never revolved around that. It revolved around like the characters and bloodlines and shit. And all of the world building was mostly just like a metaphor to serve like tangential points vaguely related to the whole soap opera shit. And because of that, a lot of the core aspects of like, oh, what are the Jedi? What are the Sith? It's very like underdeveloped and metaphorical. And all of the cool shit, right? All of the really cool shit about Star Wars isn't canon. It comes from like fans building it up and doing their own interpretations, or like licensed work made by other creators that are deliberately going out of their way to add something to the world that wasn't originally there or to build upon something. But because of how divided it is and because of how much of the work is limited to what the original creator, like what the original creator, what Lucas himself did, is so minimal compared to what has come from the works as a whole, that it's hard to really talk about, like, not even just canon, because, you know, canon's relative depending on who owns it, but it ends up becoming this weird issue where it's like, depending on your interpretation, depending on the work, depending on the circumstance, entire factions just do or do not exist, or do not have merit, or are not cool, because it's like, are the Jedi cool? Well, it depends. Are we talking about the version of Jedi that are a bunch of failed lunatics falling to propaganda? Are we talking about a version of the Jedi that are like the righteous and true heroes? Are we talking about a version of the Jedi that are a corrupt shadow government? Like, I don't know. Like, depending on which version of Star Wars we're talking about, these things may or may not exist, or may or may not be contrasted, or anything. There's no real way to really say, like, oh, this is like the real version. This is like the true essence of Star Wars. Because the real essence of Star Wars is just fucking space opera. And not proper sci-fi. Also, hi, Gallo. How's it going? Sorry, I started monologuing. 3 torpedo salvos instead of 1. Ooh. Ooh. But alternatively, no, more salvos is way better, I think. Oh, we can choose both. We can get both. We can get several abilities. Yeah. Yeah, let's get some cool active abilities. Alright, we're saving after that, because holy shit, our ship nearly got exploded. Yeah, what about you, Ra? Do you have a favorite Star Wars faction? Alright, we get free loot. Yeah, Gala, how's it going? Ooh, pregnant. Great Jedi's, but oh, Gabo, you're still here. Hi. The Empire. Empire is cool. Made dinner. Ooh, what did you make for Dintons? For Dinny McWinnie Ficfunnies. I haven't had dinner. I actually ran out of food like 3 days ago. So I just haven't eaten anything. I've just been drinking tea. The Yaga Cruise picks up a heavily damaged Xenos void ship among the countless rock masses of the asteroid belt, an Eldari vessel, beyond a doubt. According to the Von Valancius archives, about 100 standard years ago, the Imperial Navy set up a barrier in the system against pirates and the enemies of humanity. Countless primed mines are still scattered around the wreckage. Fancy ramen with dumplings. Ooh, yummy. Fancy ramen and dumplings. That sounds nice. Especially if a little bit spicy. Just like a little bit. The Voxmaster manages to tune the ship's system to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with chime-like Xenos voices. Drawn out and mournful, they sing in an unknown tongue, but every officer on the bridge can see this as a dirge. Answering the call, Yurliet jumps to the cogitators, startling the officers on the bridge with a sudden jolt. In the hopes of understanding the Monkey technology and figure out how to help her kin, the Eldari runs in circles around blinking vid screens, but the mysteries of the machine god eludes the Xenos. Then she turns to the Lord Captain powerless. Yurliet is asking the Elantok to help her kin who have found themselves in a trap sprung by fate. The Eldari are worn out and weak, their song is a cry of despair, and that cry is fading. Alright, we have a 60% chance of succeeding. Now all the crew can do is hope that the calculations are correct and that the veterans' officers' experience do not let them down. Clear the minefield without harming the Xeno ship. So after several hours pass on the ship's clock, the servants Sal and Messiah present a plan for the neutralization of the ancient mines. Success of the operation is assessed as extremely probable. Ooh. Lord Captain gives the order to clear a path to the vessel, detonating the mines indicated by the tech priests. On the Lord Captain's command, the ship's cannon fires several powerful salvos. As soon as the shots reach their mark, a cascade of soundless explosions erupts within the asteroid field and spirals around the Eldari vessel. Once the explosions quiet down and the shards of asteroid space debris and void mines dissolve into the darkness of the void, a rescue team sets off towards the miraculously intact Xenoship. However, when the shuttle reaches the Xenoship, the rescue team's report catches the bridge crew off guard. The vessel's starboard side has been breached by the macro weapons of an unknown Imperial void ship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes, Yurliet closes them and clutches the spirit stone at her breast. Coming to, the Eldarian does not speak for a time. With notes of sadness in her voice, carefully picked out her words, she concedes that the Elantok did all they could do to save her kin, and yet it is the Monkey who are responsible for the loss of the Eldari void ship. Saddened by the pain and hatred that humans have wrought upon her kind, Eldari quietly leave the bridge. Sometimes it is simply impossible to outrun fate. I really wish the Eldari were less pretentious. They'd be so cool if they were just, not endlessly pretentious about everything. Sometimes after, Yurliet comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says she came aboard the Monkey vessel and set on to the darkness in the hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Elantok still tried to lend a helping hand. In agreement, as promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. Alright. Finally. Alright. Man, I'm looking forward to Gabo playing Trapang on Rage mode difficulty, full clear in one strain. That's gonna be so amazing when that happens. It's gonna be so cool. Where is... Oh, there it is. Eldari cache. Okay, that is a few jumps away. And I think along the way, do we... Oh, unforeseen event. Interesting. I'm trying to see where... Ashworld. Where was our friends? Oh, the Rickacollingers. Right? But jokes aside, though, it would actually be cool if Gobble played the game. Obviously, no pressure, but I think it'd be nifty. Shipton's enforcers notified officers about a strange insect-like creature appearing on the astropathic chambers deck. The entity was destroyed, but the incident was recalled a few days later when one of the astropaths lost his mind, shrieking about a splitting headache. The spiker then perished shortly after, and the autopsy revealed the presence of countless bloated larvae consuming his brain. The corpse and the insects were safely disposed of. No pressure. No pressure for Gabo. A clan servicing the cooling systems have reported an incident of sorcery. The shadows in the cabins and corridors are coming to life. The Voidsmen say they can see strange writhing things looking in nooks and crannies in the edge of their vision. If they look away, the things spread over the room, gnawing on everything in their path and attacking the weak and infirm. The strange creatures cannot be caught. It is almost if they sense they're being watched and sink into the many cracks between the machines and the bulkheads. Bash was faced in prayer. The ecclesiarchy mission on board the void ship holds sermons in every corner of the haunted chamber. The many-voiced chants and holy rituals manifest their power, and the demons skulking in the cracks vanish without a trace. The true is cheered, and they praise the God Emperor for his protection. Alright, cash time. Hopefully when we get back to Rena and her crew, they haven't fucking starved to death. That'd be dead if that happened. Alright, we got the cash. Let's see. Scorpion Chainsword. Ooh. It doesn't give the extra bonus to parry, so I don't quite want to use it. Cold Blood. Wearer has plus 20% dodge against enemies within 10 cell radius. All attacks made with the rifle. The sniper rifle are automatic hits. I'm fucking sorry, what? Cloak of Shadows. Whenever the wearer deals damage with an attack of opportunity, they gain the Shrouded effect. The effect does not stack. Shrouded. As long as the wearer has the Shrouded effect, when they become the target of an attack, they automatically dodge after the Shrouded effect is... holy shit, that's super strong. What the fuck? Alright, can we have you equip that? No, you need Eldari equipment. How do we get you that trait? Here, let's see. Can you get Eldari equipment? Let's... I'm not seeing it anywhere. Lethal Perception. I can see Power Armor Proficiency. That's about it. Yeah. All I can get is Eldari Weapon Proficiency. These skills. Yeah, no. That's a shame. Oh well. Let's see, what do we got? Ring of Death. Mass Protection deals 12% more damage to targets with less than 50% wounds. Nah. Gain momentum Extra momentum and lowered momentum loss is honestly really big considering our playstyle. You can have more awareness. Always ready. 2 stacks of versatility. When the Archmilitant attacks targets that have their armor reduced by the effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies, the Archmilitant deals plus 10% damage. When the Archmilitant attacks targets that have their deflection reduced by any effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies, the Archmilitant deals plus 2 damage. Ooh. Whenever the Archmilitant or the ally uses a heroic act or desperate measure, the Archmilitant gains plus 1 and plus 10% damage on all attacks until the end of combat. With the fucking Master Tactician, that is absolutely going to be amazing, because we can spam that shit. Whenever prey is killed, all enemies in a 10-cell radius around the prey have their agility reduced by 5. Or, not 5, but calculated bullshit. What is the catch effect? Stacking penalty to armor and dodge. Yeah, sure. Critical chain. Now, cut to the chase. Expert finesse. Whenever they kill an enemy, immediate reload attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. I'm fucking sorry, what? Sure. Bounty Hunter's first critical in the round grants their targets their allies bonus armor penetration until the end of the combat. Ooh. Sparring trophy. Savor the kill. Whenever prey that is not being trailed is killed by an ally, the bounty hunter gains extra turn with half their AP and MP. Cannot attack during the extra turn. That's useful. I think we're going to go for... Hunting Surge. No. Catch. I like catch. Catch is cool. Cabela. Dueling Mastery. Plus 15% bonus to parry. Yeah, go for that. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the assassin gains plus 20% dodge. Nah. Attack an enemy with a single target attack. Reduces their armor and dodge until the end of the turn. Does not stack. That's fine. You tend to attack like a bajillion times a turn anyway. All enemies in a 2-cell radius suffer penalties to dodge. Nah. Selfish resistance. Yeah, you need to be tankier. You need to be a lot tankier. Extra parry. That's nice. Alright. And then our last little teammate. Unseen support. Symbiosis. When the Overseer extrapolates an ability through the Servo Skull for the first time in the round, they gain 1 AP. Ooh. Whenever an ability extrapolated through the Servo Skull affects allies, Servo Skull gains plus 1 fellowship. Whenever it does enemies, it gains intelligence. That's actually really useful. Gun gains 22% block when targeted with ranged attacks. And how is this calculated? Logic and tech use. That's amazing. Alright. Medium range, 52 to 60. Yeah. That's just a straight upgrade. That's getting benched. 13 speed. That's just straight upgrade. That's getting added in. 300 scrap. And then posts. Yeah, let's upgrade shallow jump. Because I want that ability to just dash through enemies and blow them up. That seems really cool. Let's see. And then from here, I think it was over here, right? No, it was over here. Yeah, over here. Okay. Yeah, it's a few more jumps. Let's just blap our way over. Try to avoid a collision. The unplanned maneuver was completed without any casualties damaged. An unidentified vessel, or perhaps it was a work mirage, passes by and made attempts to follow us. Cool. Stupid void ghosts. During the period designated as the night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turned stale. Those who were awake reported feeling incredibly tired. Those who were already asleep reporting having horrible nightmares. Seneschal Abelard Worsterian was found in his quarters in a trance-like state. He was pacing the room, talking to an unseen interlocutor, asking the same questions over and over. Why won't the field break? And does the esteemed chirurgeon have the faintest idea what he's doing? And he sat by the bed for a long time, clutching the seat of a void suit and repeating, "Everything will be all right, son." With great difficulty, the enforcers managed to return the Seneschal to his senses. By the order of Seneschal Worsterian, the report on this incident has been erased from the ship's logs. Oh, man. I didn't know he lost a son. That sucks. Poor guy. Alright, let's go say hi to... It was discovered that one of the smaller vats in Engine Hall 5, which should have been filled with wastewater, instead contained a liquid that looked like blood. The incident was deemed not to be of serious concern, and everything went back to normal as soon as the ship returned to real space. Cool. Okay. Let's go make sure these guys didn't starve to death. The lights keep flickering in the bowels of the dead ship as the recollectors go through their usual tasks. Rita sends you her best regards and asks what the hell I can do for the help. Supply shuttle. Rita thanks you for this generosity and sends back a cargo shuttle loaded with dismantled vessel components. It'll be a while before the colony requires another shipment. Their needs are satisfied for now. Regardless, the recollectors need time to extract new components from the guts of the dead ship. Okay, what if I for clothes? Yeah. But this can... No. But it says it removed the cargo anyway. That's weird. Oh well. Let us go. And... So from here, all the way around... Yeah, I guess we're going to have to do it that way then. We don't really have the spare insight. Tech Breach reported a brief malfunction in the galley fuel generator that left the vessel exposed to the port for a brief period. According to the Enforcer report, something did manage to get onto the ship and is now prowling the dark quarters of Loading Bay 5. Send patrols into the affected chamber. Several armed teams left to search for the unknown creature that had invaded the vessel. All but 2 returned with nothing to show for it, but their hair turned prematurely gray in horror stories of what was happening in Loading Bay 5. One team brought back a bizarre trophy allegedly found behind a shattered bulkhead. Last team was never seen or heard from again. Oh. Okay. Let's just jump our way over. It was discovered that one of the smaller vats... Oh, it's got blood again in it. Nah, no worries. No worries about blood in the fucking machines. It's fine. Chart new routes. Why did I never come here before? Let me see this. Oh yeah, we didn't. Alright. Phlogiston. We should get some. We do need some of that. The ship's augurs have detected a non-native mineral cluster on the planet's surface, probably the remains of an ancient asteroid shower. The substance is valuable, but collecting it will not be easy. The asteroid sits right above the numerous underground caverns. The ancient tunnels and vaults are incredibly unstable and would likely not bear the weight of a large group of humans, let alone a shuttle. Take the risk and send a shuttle. The crew's expertise made it possible to collect the mineral without disturbing the ancient caverns. Lovely. And that is 5 plasteel. We already have more than enough plasteel. We're fine. We don't need more. Let's go fuck up some pirates, though. Scan. This is Notion Planet. Yo. Free provisions. We have more than enough food, actually. Yeah, food is one of the few resources we have, like, a plethora of.
I'll ensure the crew's diligence.
Okay, well, they're focusing on the Heartless, which is good. Man, these pirates are weak as shit, huh? They're barely existing and just, like, immediately dead. One more forward. There we go. Come on. Break their shields. You can do it. There we go. Now, let's do heavier turn. If we turn like so, we should be able to... Yeah, we should be able to hit them here. Take them out. Which then leaves us free to blast these ones with laser. Take them out. Then head up here. And call out our fighter team for support. And then we can spin these, we can rotate this guy, and it doesn't do anything because they weren't damaged. I forgot about that part. Kablamos. Oh, they're trying to retreat. That's so cute. That's so cute that they're just immediately trying to flee from battle. That's funny. That's actually hilarious. You're trying to get away. You wanna noom? Yeah. Yeah, you wanna escape, huh? Well, I mean, you can escape. That's fine. That's an option. Have fun escaping
The Emperor blessed us
from
with
life.
victory this day.
Alright. Now, what is this system? Kind of curious, honestly. Let's make it unsafe. Head here first. Duty officer reported an incident in the shuttle repair bay. A security team was dispatched in response to a distress signal. But when they arrived, they discovered that the shuttle repair crew had doubled in number. Somehow every crew member now had an identical twin, but each assured the enforcers that they were the real one. The enforcers immediately opened fire, killing everyone in the bay. The duty officers awarded the squad a commendation for their vigilance and efficiency. Yeah, why does no one try that strategy? Whenever you have like the evil twin and the good twin, just shoot both of them. That way you get the evil one without any ifs, ands, or buts. 100%. Clean. Right? Alright. After analyzing the auger data, the officers were surprised to discover that the planet was once covered with oceans, long ago. An unknown cataclysm caused the seas to dry out and turn the world into a lifeless desert. The most amazing discovery of all was the skeletal remains of colossal oceanic organisms, some large enough to be seen from orbit. Life is fragile, even for creatures this enormous. Oh. Alright, nothing really here. Let's warp here. During the warp voyage, the navigators sank and reported their warp reefs right on the ship's course. The fragments of the Sea of Souls given material form. The navigator may either steer the ship past the dangerous region or risk approaching the ragged formation to gain valuable insight. Let's try it. Following the ward captain's orders and the navigator's instructions, the void ship approached the warp reefs and passed the formation without brushing against a single one. No one on board noticed anything in particular, but it became a momentous event for the navigator, who gained a special understanding of warp emanations. 6 insight gained. Holy shit. Alright. And then this goes back to Footfall. Okay, so we need to go back to Kiavagama, if I recall, real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, Kiavagama. If I recall... Let me scroll on down. Claim what was lost. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that in the capital. Personal cogitator on Dargonis. We're going to do that. We need to search for who filled our shit with blood. We need to do that too. Gene Stealer cults. We're going to do that later. Where was it? Everything's ready for the date with Best Girl. Audience with the Arbites on Dargonis. We'll do that soon. Isn't there... Weird. Find the hidden cache on Kiavagama. There we go. Yeah, that. Right there. The data contained in the data bank was corrupted. Rogue Trader learned that more information might be found in Kiavagama. Yeah. So we need to go to Kiava. Though it might just actually be undoable because we did Kiava before starting the quest. Let's find out. Let's find out if we fucked ourselves over. Because it's way too fucking late to go back now. Ever seen a capybara? In real life or on the internet? No, we can go back. Cool. Looks so funny, they do. You know how, like, sometimes people who are, like, animal experts would, like, try and get, like, too pedantic about their knowledge and try to be, like, actually people? One of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my entire life, unironically, is people who try to do that shit with capybaras. Because the common internet, like, understanding is that capybaras are very chill creatures, and people will just constantly be like, actually, no, capybaras are actually very aggressive and very territorial. They fight all the time. They're very vicious and dangerous creatures sometimes. And they'll show, like, footage of a capybara fighting. And a capybara fighting is, like, the capybara just kind of, like, vaguely waddles in your general direction and stares at you and then gets bored and eats a watermelon. Like, I watched, like, a 10-minute video of two capybaras fighting each other for dominance. And, like, I think, like, at least half of the video was them getting bored of fighting and just eating food, and a significant portion of what wasn't was them, like, was just them, like, staring at each other or, like, slightly pushing each other or just kind of, like, standing and just kind of judging each other, and it's just like, motherfucker. Capybaras fighting is even when they're being as hostile and territorial as their species is capable of, they are still incredibly and hilariously chill. And it's hilarious. I love it. You log? Yeah, we already got this one. Alright. Let's just find where this fucking shit is. It should be here somewhere. That much I can tell you. It's probably here. I think it was... Let me click around. This is associated with a different side quest, if I recall. This is with the a derelict ship that we haven't found yet. This one isn't it either, I don't think. I think it should be over here. Yeah, I think it's here, this wall, if I recall. Is it this? No?
Let's proceed.
Oh, here we go. The cogitator looks dead. Only a single lit lumen shows there is any life from within. It's almost as emotional as golf, pretty much. Several lumens light up on the panel. You hear distinct clicks, and the cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose. Ah, yes. Let's just slam in one of those. Okay. Oh, jeez. That is a big-ass trap. 1 second.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Why is there so many traps? Oh, I see. The traps make it so that you have to walk, like, a really specific route to not get fucky-wucky McChuckied. That makes sense. Okay, sometimes I notice that this game really struggles with, well, there's no way to dismantle these, huh? Alright, data furnace. The towering furnace, wreathed in scarlet, lights up, fills with scarlet light, fills you with awe. As you approach, the heavy thrum of ancient servo motors erupts from the machine's depths, along with crackling Binharic undertones. The dust-covered keys are illuminated by a faint pale glow. They are all directly in the spot you're not allowed to stand at. Like, they all explicitly went out of their way to make sure they stood exactly in the danger zone. The machine reacts with the curt Binharic signal, followed by a low, drawn-out tone. I want to point out, the only reason any of these fuckers are still alive is because I forgot to get them at the beginning of the dungeon. Normally what happens is you get them at the very beginning, and then they die in that first fight that was really rough. to make it easier. And then you do the rest of the dungeon normally. But I forgot about them until, like, right before the final fight. And then Argenta just soloed the whole thing. So we have these NPC followers that were never really expected to live for any length of the dungeon, just kind of here with us. And all of them are still alive. Ah, fuck. Rumbling builds up the bowels of the furnace, growing stronger apace with the sound of ancient motors. The rumble is echoed by the screeching of metal gears and the clanging of unknown mechanisms. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the creation of the Adeptus Mechanicus disgorges a databank engraved with the coat of arms of the House von Valancius. Yay! It's encrypted, though. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Whatever you wish.
Alright, now we can go back to the capital. As soon as I remember how. Is the capital this way? Yeah, return to void ship. There we go. Alright. Now, all the way down here. Yoink. And then all the way up to Dragonus. Yoink. It's kind of funny because we could have done that from the beginning, but I wanted to do a bit of exploring. And unfortunately, a bit of exploring involved 4 hours. It ate up 4 hours of content. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman on the line. I can report that the quest for the capital world of the Von Valancius dynasty is finally at an end. Dargonus is straight ahead. We have received countless greetings. Your subjects would like to know when their master will be arriving. The merchant captains taking refuge in the orbital docks of Dargonus race to send you priceless welcoming gifts, hoping to buy your favor and make an impression on the rogue trader. Tell Dargonus the rogue trader is coming home. It will be done, Lord Captain. After the connection to the Master Helmsman is cut, the device crackles with Heinrich's voice. Lord Captain, I would be pleased to accompany you during your visit to Dragonus so I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, a servant of the Golden Throne who previously attended Lady Theodora on Dragonus. I am counting on your benevolence. The Vox cuts out with a click. Ooh, phlogiston. Lord Captain, a transport shuttle bearing the markings of the Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Magos Tarsus' delegation intends to board our ship and gain an audience with your lordship. This is exactly how they phrased it. He intends, not humbly requests. Pascal, many of my tech comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with the laity. It is regrettable. Want to hear a joke? I would love to hear a joke. Received a delegation. They may indeed be here on important business. How do you stop a toddler drowning in the summer? You drown it in the spring. Wow. It will be done, Lord Captain. Requesting permission to be present in the audience granted at my tech comrades. Sure. Yeah, you can replace Eogun for the time being. Yeah, I'm still baffled at the fact that that's a sign. I don't know why. Alright, let's level up Pascal real quick. You can take Blinding Strike, sure. Bloody Mark. Yeah, bleeding, sure. Overcharged. Intelligence. Cyber Eagle suffers lethal damage for the first time. It remains in combat, immediately soars, regaining a third of its health. Cool. That's convenient. Intelligence. Live bait. Overseer chooses an ally within the line of sight and grabs him 7 stacks of live bait. What is this? If the Cyber Eagle is soaring, whenever an enemy attacks the ally with the bait effect, each stack of this effect allows the Cyber Eagle to deal its weapon damage to the attacker. Once the effect is triggered, the ally loses 1 stack of the effect. That is actually amazing. I love that. Tech use. Let's see. Master's Patronage? No. Sharpened Talons. Extra damage. Go for it. You can have weapon skill. Steel of the Forge. Pinnacle of Weaponry. Utility Mac Android. Tech use and demolition. Sure. Armored Hide. Suppression factor. Yeah. Extra stat reduction. Sure. Why not? You can have extra weapon skill. You can have extra tech use. Whenever the familiar becomes a target of the enemy's attack, Overseer has their damage dealt stacks. Yeah, that's gonna be really good for you. Whenever the Cyber Eagle starts soaring, it gains +3 to its key characteristics. Stacks and lasts until the end of combat. Totally. Extra perception. If Pascal and the target of medic, Handroid have a total of 10 stacks of medic. Firearm stacked or more, the ability becomes available again. Sure. You know what? I might have him replace Heinrichs for general functionality. Because he's not necessarily tankier, but he is a better healer. Because he doesn't risk the fucking void bullshit. A group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. You know that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered in Footfall. Tarzus. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald servo skulls marked with the emblem of the cog follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hanneman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offer their apologies. Would like to inform you the necessity of conducting an operation to detain, arrest, terminate a faulty unit on the rogue trader's territory. Study the 2 priests of Mars. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as his executor's plated, mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe to the point of endangering its operation. The slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and again, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, and a painful-sounding hiss comes from its vox. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There's an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over his fellows, scrutinizing his condition. On what charge are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? Tarsus. This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kiavagama, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest's vox makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed. In the name of the Omnissiah, I condemn you. Lightning flashes from the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in the flare of his vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are malfunctioning, tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. The statement is false. Tech brother Tarsus Tanneman is willingly undergoing holy torment, deterioration, which, however, does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hahnemann. We have information that implicates you, having learned that you are a member of a retinue, a maintenance specialist in the service of a rogue trader von Valancius. We have come here with the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. I am not handing Pascal over to you unless I see evidence. Let's get to the bottom of this matter together. Pascal, request approved, ready to work in cooperative mode. Tarsus gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving. Tech brother Tarsus opposes lay participation in the investigation. Search for the truth. The unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House von Valancius representative's participation request. Oh, jeez. Persuasion 100%. I have been to Kiavagama, and I can assure you, Pascal has nothing to do with it. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech brother Tarsus' consent to the co-participation of representatives of von Valancius dynasty in the investigation proceedings. Tarsus, a sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption, and I will carry the sentence immediately. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand beyond Tarsus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own vox and Tarsus's. That every sensor on the executor's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, as the rumored armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention! Priority notification. Service units of the Kappa thread supply line unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command, retreat and reinitiate negotiations. Okay, so his Opticon's troops have fled, but we gotta fight these guys, huh? I mean, they're just Guittari. And since this isn't 40, or this isn't 40k, because this isn't specifically, what am I thinking of? Because this isn't specifically Darktide, we should be fine.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. For the throne's glory.
Alright.
Stand back.
Get all your buffs on. God, you're so shit, Heinrichs. You're so fucking garbage at everything you do. Heinrichs, can you blow up this man's soul?
I won't object to it.
Cool. Till the end of the turn, the unit gains to connect from... Okay. That doesn't really do anything for me. Let's do this. Communion. Target's damage is removed for 12. Must pass stun. 30 shock damage. Ooh. Yeah, do that. Banishment. And then just AoE cleave through everything. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Pascal needs a fucking gear update. My dude is way too squishy. Let's see. Nope, wrong button. Nope, nope, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, well, I'm glad that it didn't get as horribly bad as it could have been. Alright. Run and gun. It would be kind of funny if you ran here, though, and then just flamered, like, everything. Do that. There you go. Okay, well, Pascal got dropped instantly. Into dodges, that's good. Alright. Cabela, I need you to go and cover everything in blood again.
Dance of blades and shadows. As the tenets of death is a blessing.
Now, blade dance.
No. As honor ordained, my blade will come. The other side awaits.
Take you.
I cannot serve you in this way.
Big swipe. Okay, so yours is here. Let's jump here. Hit you there. Jump here. Blood Oath. Hit you here. And then I want you to dance over here. For the simple reason, hey lady, I got you who are very nearly dead. Probably get buffed up. And the reason you should get buffed up is so you can... Fuck. So you can do this. Okay, so it's a little awkward. We can't quite get a good firing angle from here, but what we can do is we can mark this guy's prey. And we can mark this guy's prey. And then that will be of great benefit to you. And then we swap Rainama over to here. And we take finish the job. And we pop them. And we... Who do we shoot? I think we just shoot Tarzus here. And then Abelard, you can go face tank him.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Shotgun? No.
Indeed.
Confident approach. Kick.
Back and forth.
Laser. And now you shotgun. Okay, there's a slight chance you're going to hit Valiant Renamo. Okay, they dodge, that's fine.
At your beck and call.
Endure.
Victory is imminent.
Taunt. Heinrichs be useless as usual, thank you.
Powers of the archenemy.
Kind of impressive that he manages to be useless despite having, like, piles of really strong abilities, but, you know.
Let's see to it.
Where there's a will, there's a way, I guess.
For the throne's glory.
Powers and their unholy work.
Okay. Good job, Argenta.
Caught by the web.
Nothing stands against me.
That was a decision.
There is only death.
Alright.
Yours or mine.
You, Argenta. It's gonna have to burn a motherfucker, I think. Claim the bounty?
Doubt is for the weak.
There you go.
My ears are ringing.
And once you claim the bounty, you can move here, swap to your gun, and just, yeah.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Right. I didn't mean to click that. Whoops, daisy. Ow.
Broken blade has no use.
Alright. Stop being melodramatic. Come over here. Play dense.
Let your soul be purged.
Pull this motherfucker over to you. Get everything gathered up. Now, Blood Oath. And
Whispers my
I
name.
need you to cleave. Okay, that was not what I expected.
The tenets demand. Death is a
There we
burden.
go.
Caught by the
Another AoE.
As
Now,
one hold
dance through this guy. Kill him.
brings me no pleasure. This goes against the tenets.
Dance here.
Trust me.
There you go. Kill that guy.
I will rise.
Funny playing a game where you get one attack per turn, and the game's just like, oh yeah, here's a way to get like 20 attacks per turn. Opticon 22, requesting cessation of hostilities. Point to Tarzus, help your brother. The unit that called itself Tarzus Hanuman. Wait, he's also Hanuman. How many Hanumans are there? Okay, so we have Cain, and or no, we don't have Cain. We have Pascal, right? And we have Abel. And they're both Hanumans. There was that fucking psycho Hanuman on Kava Gama that was a cultist. And then this is Tarzus Hanuman. How many fucking Hanumans are there? The unit that called itself Tarzus Hanuman is dead, has been disabled. This material asset is beyond restoration or reuse as spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head, and a Binharic requiem pours out of his box. Despite his mixed conceptions, he was a servant to the Omnissiah. I am so sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also, have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus will still accuse the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hanuman of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarzus, I am not authorized to immediately arrest, execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. Pascal, there are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from the Vox synth is more overwhelming than Tarzus' thundering roar. Tech Brother Tarzus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs, and am requisitioning Tarzus Hanuman's neural augmented for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. An astonished tech priest looks on. Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts an augmentic from his skull. His movements are as precise as they are respectful. Listen in silence. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony your tech brother Tarsus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you, and yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit which his mind had merged with was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence has paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that comprehension is a true path to knowledge, yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There's a clang as Opticon's 22's knees presses into the floor. Crimson Hooded, his heads are bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. The radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrades. Pascal, there's one small point I'm not clear on. What just happened? Pascal's vox sense crackled somewhat tentatively. I decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the Blessed Amarat's sermons on loss of internal and external function. Verse 4. My analysis deemed it appropriate. Okay. Well, now that the conflict's resolved, you can remain aboard the ship. Opticon. Request denied. The Capo Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonis, expresses gratitude for the hospitality, ceasefire, and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall to resume performing its regular functions. The tech priest looks over at Pascal as if waiting for something. Pascal's Mechandrite briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon 22, who bows respectfully.
Dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant.
Telling me a blade danced these steps? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Take demolition. And some ballistic skill. We need to get strength boosts so that we can get to Valentine in power armor before it gets too late. You can take toughness. You need toughness right now, I think. And what about you? What do you need? Sith nuance? No. You need something. It's in retribution. Blocks an attack now. Not nodding. Calculated resolve. No. These skills. No, none of that. None of that's useful. Alright, let's look at these two then. While the brace effect lasts, the Navy officer can use get off ability once round. The targets of their melee attacks must pass an agility resistance with -10 penalty or get knocked prone. Oh, nice. You can take Medicae. And you can get more agility. You can take weapon skill. And athletics. You can take carouse. And willpower, because your psychic abilities fucking suck right now. In Pascal, you can take more weapon skill. And logic. You can take Medicae, actually. Alright, let's make sure Pascal's properly geared up. Yeah, 26% armor. We can definitely do better than that. Let's give you something like this. 40%. And then for weapons, we have, yeah, a better axe helps. And can we replace this with a second axe? No. Okay. Arc rifle. I think we have a... Yeah, you can equip a plasma gun, why not? Perpetual dual wield. I was planning on doing the investigation into the blood cult, but I think with how we're running, we might just do take care of basic Dargonus and then call it. And then tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but next Sunday, when we play next, we can worry about the investigation and do more exploring. Alright. Save. Let's scan Dargonus. I'm not really sure why we need to, but let's just scan it. Alright. Wait, we can't... Oh yeah, we can. Okay, let's replace Heinrichs with Eogun. And this way we have... Yeah. This way, I think we're better off this way. We don't really need him. He's kind of shit in general. And also, instead of a 6-man party, this way we have an 8-man party, which is cool. Clementia Wurzerstein. The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your lordship. The stately woman is in a long full dress uniform, makes a graceful curtsy. Her short graying hair does not obscure her stern features. Ooh. I am Clementia Wurzerian. Wurzerian, yeah. Court Chancellor of the Von Valancius dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonus, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valancius. Her departure is a terrible blow on us all. But as one star expires, another always flares to life, and although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you'll become the trade dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. Clementia? Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines on his brow soften ever so slightly. Achilles Scandaler. See, this guy right here, he's... Okay, is it just me, or does he look like Tenet? Like... You know? We just put a... I feel like we can just put a fucking fez on this dude. Anyway. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Achilles Scandler, secretary to the administrative department, I hope your journey to Dargonis was not darkened by unwanted troubles. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. Achilles makes a sign of the Aquila, and may he remain merciful to us until the end of time. Clementia Wurzarian, does your lordship wish to survey the grounds? Or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have. Governor Urband Drivestem has been notified of your arrival on Dargonis and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Why isn't the governor here with you to greet me? Apologies, your lordship. Governor Drivestem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the administrative palace of Dargonis. We sent words as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distance of your domain. Chancellor Rosarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with a new arbitrator. Hold on a moment, Clementia. What did you say your last name was? Clementia nods politely. You heard correctly, your lordship. I am of House Wurzarian, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. Pascal, the succession of service is an effective good. It grants new generations understanding of their function within the mechanism. Abelard, Chancellor Wurzarian has held her position on the von Valancius court for many years. She earned Lord Captain Theodore's respect with acts of great perseverance. There's no room for doubt. Blood had nothing to do with it. The Emperor blesses those who strengthened humanity's domains through their deeds. You have reason to be proud of your progeny. Abelard looks at you in surprise, but then immediately puts on an air of indifference. Thank you, Lord Captain. I'd like to rest for the meeting. Where are my chambers? Achilles. They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chamber are. Achilles' face brightens with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you need it. You're dismissed. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for a conversation with me. Achilles bows his head. I am certain that you will find my report on the state of affairs in the von Valancius Protectorate most useful. There is a warden. There's a Eureliot. Fuck Eureliot. Not that way. The bad way. A Cabela. I like Cabela. Cabela good. Make your people leave Delman, Valentine. Their idle questions are getting in the way of my watch. Oh. I like that she's being annoyed by people talking to her, but, like, she refuses to actually move or do anything about it. It's cute. It's like a cat. Like, the specific sort of cat that's, like, very deliberately unbothered, but also is very bothered at the same time. That, I know that might sound weird, but, like, sometimes cats will just be, like, they'll just look like they're full of, like, hate or jealousy or anger, but they'll also, like, just not do anything beyond just judgmental staring. And it's really funny. Right. Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject, Achilles, informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet with you there. If your lordship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up to the stairs and on the right. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders. Alright, let us go for little walkie-walkies. We got Solomon. There we go. My god, everyone's got so much EXP. They're all ready to level up. Solomon, rogue trader. The marshal is ready to meet with you. Do you wish to commence the audience? Yeah, let's go discuss business. Oh, jeez. Marshal Gregorius Strong's. Damn, that is a fucking... that is a goddamn Warhammer 40k character. Hell yeah. Two markedly distinct figures approach your throne. Marching in front of him is a man clad in Adeptus Arbites armor. He carries his helmet in the crook of his arm, but his stern facade serves him as well as any visor could. He bows to you sharply. Marshal Strox of the Adeptus Arbites. An old woman walks in the marshal's shadow, her body fitted with dozens of scribing implants and magnifying instruments. If not for her eyes, quick and inquisitive behind a giant pair of ocular lenses, you might have mistaken her for an exotic servitor. Her robes are adorned with sacred symbols of the Adeptus Administratum. Oh, she is an old bitch. She is falling apart at the goddamn seams. How is she still walking? Prefect Inscriba Walter. The woman bows. Rogue traitor Valentine von Valancius. I, Prefect Inscriba Walter, greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum. I will now begin the due procedure of the official address to the ruler of Dargonis as formalized by Amendment 4-N/10 to Law SK-941. May your name be wreathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you a duty worthy of his chosen. Her monotonous droning is making you weary. It seems she intends to go on for a good while longer. Get comfortable and listen to the end. The prefect resumes her elaborate formula. You notice a few poorly concealed yawns and frenzied blinking among the crowd. The speech drags on for another 5 minutes, but you pass this test of fortitude honorably. At last, the prefect's address comes to an end. I do not recall seeing you at court. What is the purpose of your visit? Strox. The marshal leans forward, his voice low, and when he speaks, it feels as though the marble tiles of the palace had begun to vibrate. The Adeptus Arbites delegation has arrived to greet Lady Theodora's successor, and to see the extension of our decades-long arrangement. Volter, if I may continue for you. The prefect steps forward, dragging her feet slightly. As per the decree of Theodora von Valentius, Ord 0373N, the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites are sanctioned to use the Palace of Justice, oversee Tis collection, and in the Protectorate, and review any and all cases of Tis avoidance, Tis exceedance, or other irregularities. These rights have been formalized in numerous pacts and statutes under the main decree. Considering your new position, you may not yet have to acquaint yourself with all these documents. You are the successor to Lady Theodora, whose alliance with our two sacred organizations glorifies her as a rogue traitor closely tied to the executors of Holy Terra's will. And we, as representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, must verify that you are to maintain this alliance that has brought such repute to your dynasty. The prefect scrutinizes you as if trying to estimate your proportions and weight. That is why we have arrived in person, as the present circumstances have provided us with the chance to see if your intentions concord with those of the late von Valentius. And what circumstances are those? The prefect's lips contort into a twist. Our work has been disrupted by unforeseen setbacks regarding communication and transportation. As our requisitioned assets were not adequately prepared, we have lost some of our personnel and resources as a result. The arbitrators are too short-handed to perform all the duties expected of them. Since they first arrived in the Expanse, their numbers, limited from the outset, have only continued to dwindle. After analyzing the situation in accordance with Amendment FS 893-24 to Decree ORD 0373N, we have decided to notify of the 10th violation committed by one of the worlds in the region. This regrettable lapse must be rectified as quickly as possible. The old one quivers and rubs her augmented hands together with an unnerving creak. I will carry forth the responsibilities taken on by Lady Theodora. I offer you my help. Strax. An arbitrator will be assigned to you for increased security. Proctor Anthar. Front and center. The marshal's voice thunders over the arbitrator's ranks, and Solomon Anthar marches over to your throne, his cyber mastiff at his heel. Thank you for your support. I will go to Thastra as soon as I can. The Emperor protects. The marshal makes a sign of the Aquila in a motion so sharp that you can practically hear it cutting the air. Volter, the prefect adjusts her ocular lenses with a weary sigh. And once again, no specifics given, of course, and my reports nobody ever stopped to think. She quickly catches herself and offers you a bow. Alrighty. There we are. Achilles, a slender figure clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Heinrichs. Achilles, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you, as well as her wishes for your swift return. Heinrichs frowns. For as long as the stars... Oh god, I can't... For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the chain clanging of metal against metal. Logic succeeded. I'm not so foolish to fail to notice a conversation in code. Your insight deserves credit, Rogue Trader, but then again, I expected nothing less from Theodora von Valancius' successor. Heinrich looks at Achilles. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander. Properly, in addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander is transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Coronis Expanse. I'm sure you'll find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lord Valentine von Valancius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtfear's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything that became of that guy? Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Argonis too late. Conrad came to the planet and left almost immediately once he had sown discord into the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any of those who showed signs of doubt, but it seemed unlikely that the wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in secret. He promised me a report on the present status of the affairs of the Protectorate. I have already forwarded all official reports to your seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slot with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonis' political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the political world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonis, much like nobles in most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest or whoever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonis are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years, and found ways to rise above the best by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family serves its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with each transition of power they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I'd recommend giving particular attention to are the drive stems, the Grappax, and the Sauerbachs. I should also mention the Wurzarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Blood's great displeasure. Alright. Anything else? There was your lordship, and this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet, Xenos and the threat they pose both to you and humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Cronus Expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xeno raids. Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. Do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Valentine, if I ever report a threat looming over the ship or planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avert a disaster. Now I must take my leave. Achilles bows. According to the messages I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drystem has arrived in court. I imagine that the councilors are already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify you that you are ready to see Urbend. Curiosity Merchant. I wish to buy some shit. Let's see. Cyber Mastiff does more damage. That's good. Heretical. No, that's useless for me, actually. Whenever an ability is extract... Actually, wait. Even if it's useless, we can still sell it for cargo. Whenever an ability extrapolates the Service Skull Swarm affects another creature, the Service Skull Swarm gets stat boosts until the end of the turn. Next turn. Dogmatic. No, we don't have any Dogmatic Service Skull users. I guess technically Cassia would be, I think, but I don't really want to use her, so hey. Alright. Let's just wrap up the remaining side quests here. And then we'll look about raiding out for the day. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, nope. Nope. Secret boots. Breeze capture boots. Whenever the wearer moves to a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains plus 15% dodge against that enemy's dex until the wearer's next turn. Ooh. Hey, you should probably be wearing those. There we go. Use the cogitator. There we go. The ancient cogitator before you is a true work of art. Obedient to your commands, the machine spirit awakens with a soft hum of greeting. Request archive. A volume of data stored on the cogitator bowels is enormous, and its comprehensive analysis would take months of dedicated logists and historian labor. However, the ancient device's machine spirit turns out to be unusually accommodating and informs you that it will be readily open any section of the archive if you present the correct identifier for what you're searching for. Enter identifier Laria. The cogitator falls deep in thought, its cooling mechanisms buzzing tensely. After a few minutes of keeping you waiting, the vid screen blinks and it dutifully presents you with a list of several journal entries that have not been accessed in centuries. New Horizons. The 3-star systems of the Cinerus Maleficum that have come into my possession in my journal journeys shall henceforth be known as the Tier of Solar, Ignis Corona, and Fortis Porta. These new horizons that have never before known humanity's rule and whose rogue Xenos overlords oblige me greatly by having already eliminated each other. The artifacts they left behind, a legacy of sorts, are priceless. A blade I took off of a desiccated Eldari corpse is one of the Portis worlds, carries immense power within it, and is but one among the wealth of relics. Attached to the entry are cartographic coordinates. With a dutiful trill, the machine spirit transfers them to your data slate and the utmost diligence. Open entry titled The 32nd Marav. Cordia is getting sloppy. He used his Calixus connections to give me utter dregs, whom he tried to pass off as elite troops. But I can only thank him for his lack of judgment. Those with nothing to lose make the most loyal servants once they feel but a modicum of their master's good graces. Lowly scum no more, they will be the sword and shield of the House von Valancius, a faithful service to me and my descendants. Interesting. The Crimson Dance of Cain. The power contained within this blade is the most mysterious one. Even Exalt 117's keen mind has failed to comprehend it fully. Nor have several Eldari Xenos captured on my orders been able to tell me anything illuminating save for the weapon's name, the Crimson Dance of Cain. I know Cain is an all-obliterating embodiment of war itself in their abominable belief system, a fitting name for it. Finished working the archive. The cogitator dutifully closes the data repository and clears its vid screen to wait for their instructions. Okay. Tech use. There we go. Ooh, a multi-melta. Largest type of multi-weapon. Usually employed by the Adeptus Astartes or mounted upon Imperial vehicles. Thing is crazy-ass damage. Holy shit. And that ability to potentially work in an AoE is also insane. Electrified shard net. Oh. This antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but its surface is still covered in a lot of scuffs. Scratches and stains. Traces of the previous rogue traders who sat on this table. Bringing your hand to the scan panel behind the books, you open the hidden door. Bad for the head of the rogue trader dynasty is befitting of the stat of its owner. Oh, yeah. Mysterious item. Xeno artifacts. More Xeno artifacts. Cargo. Very nice. Mysterious item undoubtedly created by Indian hands. Okay, so many Xeno artifacts. Kind of insane. Okay. This entire thing. Shelves of the library are laden with dusty tomes. Your eyes flicker to the works of several administratum adepts and the memoirs of some unfamiliar explorer of distant death worlds. Okay. There's a puzzle there with sitting down. We're gonna do that next time, I think. Because that's gonna take a bit. It's not even hard, it's just a bit of tedium. No, we can do that now, actually. I thought there was another direction I could go. Well, we'll do that now, and then that'll be I think our last thing we need to do here. Alright. Dust is accumulated on the raised oil smears. If servants ever come across this room, they do so very rarely. Rare books arrayed on the shelves, with their lavish, almost pretentious bindings, seem to be identical. Strange objects lie behind the glass of the display case. The complete absence of extraplanetary labels makes it impossible to learn what they are. An empty glass and 3 unopened flasks of wine sit on a finely crafted table made from dark marbled wood. Secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodora reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Well, let's choose a book. Xenos Anatomy? The book in your hand looks interesting. The prospect of spending a couple of tranquil hours immersed in reading appeals to you. Siren shatters the tranquil atmosphere of the room. Lines have been sounded. God damn it. In the name of the rogue trader of Von Blantius, whoever has entered his lordship's chambers will be eliminated. Your lordship, deepest apologies for the intrusion. Do you require any assistance? But on second thought, we'd better just leave you in peace. Arc.1109. Joke's on you. Hi, Arc. How's it going? Alright. So it wasn't that book. Or maybe it's the order. Maybe we do the music first? The vid screens of the data slate before you displays the names of several Vox symphonies. Imperium succeeded. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. So you go to part 2. The music on the speakers momentarily goes louder, filling the entire room, and then goes back to normal, seemingly without any change. Okay, so that's one done. Now book. Okay, so it wasn't the Xenos. Parsimonious Devane, a biographical sketch. The book to your hand looks interesting. Prospect of sending, so goddammit. Yep. Okay, maybe we go for the love book. Yep, nope. Yep, we can skip this. It's okay. Okay. Choose a... Nope. Fuck. Wrong button. Choose a book. Love is the only truth. Prospect of... God damn it. Okay, fine. If it's not the most interesting books, maybe it's the most boring one. Litanies of the Motive Force. As you pick up the book, a hidden button on its spine clicks under your finger. You notice a short inscription in the book. From a faithful servant of the dynasty to lasting memory, DVV. Have a glass of wine. Listen. People can be happy in Warhammer 40k. People are happy all the time. I mean, listen. Have you ever heard a servitor, okay, tell you that they're depressed? Okay? Have you? The answer is no. You haven't. No servitor has ever gone, man, I hate being a servitor. Being a servitor sucks. They're all just happily doing servitor things. You know? Servitors are happy. And if the servitors can be happy, then everyone else can be happy too. It's fine. If the servitors can have happiness, then so can the rest of humanity. 3 sealed bottles sit on the sturdy-looking low table. They're labeled Grandmaster's Blood, Boon of Terra, and Flame of Purity. I think it was Flame of Purity that we were looking for. The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. Its tangy flavor burns your throat, leaving behind a spicy, biting aftertaste. You hear a short, faint hum as an unseen motor stirs into motion. But to answer your question, no, I'm not a slashy lover. I'm more into, how do I put it? I'm not really into any of the Chaos Gods, honestly. I guess Khorne is cool, but Khorne's only cool in fantasy. In 40k, he's less... I don't really like him. The room responds to your actions with a quiet grinding sound, and a small nook reveals itself in a nearby wall. Inside, you find a databank bearing the Von Valentis coat of arms. Yay, we got the databank finally. Alright. Decrypt it. Okay, so we need to go back to the bridge now. Back to the bridge, and then we should be good for today's stream. Vashtor. I'm not familiar with Vashtor. Would you mind telling me about them? Oh, hello. I don't know why Vengeance of Mars is out here. Go lay down for a bit, see you, Val. Yeah, later, Raw. Hope you sleep well. It was nice having me around. Alright. Back to the bridge. Right. Now from here, I think we just need to go to the Cogitator, right? Which should be, I think it's over, no, it's on the other side, right? Vashtor's new lore, sort of chaos demigod attempting to become a chaos god. Interesting. Yeah, what kind of god are they becoming? That's cool. I wasn't aware that they were going to add any more new chaos gods. I figured outside of the fucking Big Four, the only ones I know of are Hatshut and Malal. And Malal's different forms. Tech Priest by the Cogitator nods curtly. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain. Hand the Kiavagama databank to the Tech Priest. Access the data from Kiavagama. Dark Mechanicum primarily. Ooh! Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, the fucking Demon Forge shit has been around for a long time, and I've always been wanting to see, like, And it's always been, like, kind of implied to be, like, an additional force, but it's never really had much going for it in terms of actual concrete lore. That's actually really cool. I like that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep an eye out for this this Vashtor dude. I would really love the fucking Demon Forge shit to get established more. That's super chill. That is honestly really sick. I guess that would also, though, infringe a bit on the Hellsmiths and a lot of the Hellforge shit that's used by the other branches of Chaos. But having a, like... Well, I guess with, like, a lot of the... How do I put this? With a lot of the fucking Chaos shit, when it comes to demon forging and other Mechanicus stuff, it tends... Or not Mechanicus, but mechanical stuff. It tends to be, like... The machine is purely made to be, like, a physical vessel for the demon to just be in. So there's not really much care about it for the operating or being mechanically nuanced. It tends to just kind of be, like... It's just something that's just kind of exists as, like, a shady vessel. But the Demon Forge shit was always more about, like, the machinery is physically fused to the demon. It's inseparable. If we think about it in the sense of, like... I guess in that sense, it can kind of be considered, like... The mechanical shit that the normal Chaos Gods use would be more like akin to mech suits, whereas the Demon Forge itself is more about cyborgs. Where it's like the demon and the machine is the same thing, rather than the demon just, like, using it as a means to an end. I guess that's how they'd probably end up dividing it. I wouldn't know for sure. I'm not very well versed in Warhammer lore. But yeah, that's sick. I'm really excited. Thanks for telling me, dude. The tech priest connects the data slate to the cogitator's drive with such care, as if he's holding the greatest of treasures. The servo motors hum as they begin to stir, and the lines of text on the vid screen swiftly replace another. Input. Pack. Comp. Nom OS stab true. Stat check init. Nom OS ump incident statute initiated. Dat registered 5211486222. The idea is that Vashtor runs the Forge of Souls where demon weapons and the engines are made. Ooh, okay. In that sense, I guess they're more of a... They're almost, I guess, like a mercenary sort of thing. Actually, wouldn't that make him, like, the 40k version of Hashut? Because in fantasy, Hashut was the, was like a minor deity that focused more on tyranny and industry. And the Hashut's servants, the Chaos Dwarves, sold all of their Chaos machines to the other Chaos Gods along with, like, normal people. And didn't really care about political allegiances or even war. They just made shit and sold it. And they didn't really care about what it was being used for or why. Because that kind of feels like Hashut to me. The Great Mechanism has transformed the secret data into a format that you can comprehend, without the assistance of a servant of the Omnissiah. The tech priest retrieves the Jade Slate from the heart of the cogitator, holding it with both hands and passes it to you. Vashtor, the Archifane, Master of the Soul Forges, God in the Machine. Yo, that's thick. I guess they're gonna be competing with the fucking Void Dragon then, huh? Alright. Hand the Dargonis data bank to the tech priest to access the data from Dargonis. With reverent trepidation, the tech priest accepts the device from your hands and places it inside one of the drives, all the while honoring the machine with modulating Binharic prayer. The turbines within the cogitator stir into motion and the vid screen lights up. Items received. Preliminary report. Oh wait, is that also... No, I didn't see it in the previously. Alright, let's read this one. Reporter, Unit Q-590 Research Group, subject of study, active samples of the terrible disease assigned named Tech Blight. Effect. The tech blight is capable of corroding matter and destroying it from within at a terrifying speed. This deadly plague infects mechanisms as well as any metals and other materials used as their basis. No technology known to the Crimson Priesthood, neither gifts from the Great Omnissiah nor heretical products of Xenos, can withstand this onslaught. The disease poisons and warps the very essence and taints the code of sacred mechanisms. Observations. The tech blight triggers an effect that is repulsive at its core. It transforms metals into horrific forms of an unpredictable nature. During testing, it demonstrates the ability to fuse solid matter with organic objects, creating something new as a result. The phenomenon was assigned the name tech splicing. Method of transportation. Ceramic capsules. Burnt clay is the only thing that can contain this pestilence. Extra caution must be taken given the container's fragility. Any damage might result in an uncontrolled outbreak. Damaging the container is unacceptable. Current stage. Test to subjugate the tech blight to his will and turn it into a weapon subject to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Test result assessment success. Note. The test triggered an event recorded under the name Incident N87204. The quest for knowledge and his name will continue. Hypothesis 1. The tech blight was created in the darkness of unknown worlds, away from the eyes of the great creator. 2. Hypothesis 2. Any taint that exists to harm the machine god's creations can and will be bent to his will. Interesting. Unironically, Vashtor serves Chaos Undivided and claims to have no connection to any of the four major Chaos gods, having come into existence independently in the warp as a result of mortals' obsessive pursuit of technological innovations at all cost, especially inventions that resulted in unexpected or terrible consequences. Demonic demigod of inventions, engineers, and scientists and artisans. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's interesting. So that's more pure than Hashut then. Because Hashut just kind of did technology as a means of control, but this is like the desire to create and the desire to make things, but also the ruination that comes from it. Yeah, that's good. That's a cool addition. Do we know if they're getting an army book at some point? The tech priest extracts the data slate from the cogitator and gives it to you. The machine spirit has revealed the contents of the encrypted data, and I hereby pass it to you. This is where I reach the limit of my authorization. But you now have the option to review the encrypted data personally. Items received. One fun fact. Okay. Theodora von Valance's personal notes. Data deleted. Data deleted. Entry damaged. Ugh, traitor like a lackey. It is humiliating and dispiriting to put up with the part of an errant servant to an imperious madman vested with an even greater power than that of any rogue traitor. Alas, when one side of the scale holds my pride and the other the fate of the von Valancia's protectorate and my entire bloodline, choice becomes a futile illusion. It would be far too naive to me to not prepare for the worst. Epitaph will decide the future of the Expanse as a whole, but I have some time at my disposal until then. Heirs with the von Valancia's blood in them will soon be located and brought to me. I cannot afford to delay the choice of successor any longer. Interesting. He does not lie like other demon entities. That's interesting. Yeah, I like that. Is there a reason he doesn't lie? Because that's cool, but like, why? Is it like a monkey's paw thing where he never says anything directly untrue, but he says things that are misleading? The databank decryption procedure has been completed without complicate. The tech priest stops short. The green lights of his visor, fixed on the cogitator's vid screens, flickers nervously. Strings of numerical code begin appearing with frightening speed. This time, numbers are interspersed with words you can understand, and those words form legible sentences. Input. Unpack comp. Nom OS true. Epitaph brought her into the beginning. 84569. Nom OS analysis. Status initiated. Underscore 4257. Epitaph begot the incident. That which destroyed. Stat check in it. And changed everything. The incident became the starting point. 542361. Input, unpack, comp, nom-OS analysis, status initiated. The incident breathed life and marked the beginning of all. 5476. It marked the beginning of Nomos. 2356. Nom-OS. It created Nomos. The tech priest, now alarmed, is tapping in the keys on the control panel. His Binharic prayers give way to the distressed whispering. Unacceptable deviation. Violation of the sacred protocols. Possibility of tech heresy. Omnissiah, shield us from all heresy. A few moments later, the vid screens darken and flicker to life again. Input prompt. Nom-OS. Olgadot 52136. You'll report this to Pascal. Unlike other demons, it is not in Vashtor's nature to lie, trick, or deceive. His contracts are explicit in their conditions. Instead, he leaves it to the monomaniacal nature of the demons themselves to entrap them in his service. For with every defeat an indentured entity suffers, its soul debt increases. Few indeed are the demons that ever escape their self-inflicted bondage of Forge of Souls. Cool. Yeah, that is old lore, and I'm glad that they're not even retconning that. They're just actively just being straight up honest. Or they're not retconning it. They're leaning into it. They're leaning into the old shit. I like that. Yeah. I will admit, I do like that Sinch is only shitty and deceptive if you trust him. But if you try to scheme Zinch, he's actually, like, pretty chill. I find that funny. I like that about him. The tech priest bows guiltily, and his mechanical voice becomes hollow and dejected. My knowledge is insufficient to cleanse the code of this mechanism. I'll inform the esteemed Engineer Prime of this disturbing development. Only he has the power to expel the heresy from this corrupted machine spirit. Interesting. Alright. Let me check my quest one more time. Nope, contracts. We got a new contract. We can trade. We do need people really badly, and we have surplus. Oh, we don't have surplus of it anymore. Never mind. But we did, briefly. Food? We don't really need food. Alright. I think we're good now. What are we missing? Rumors, quests. We got restore the operation. Yeah, we're gonna do that next time. Terror of Solar. That's a new quest we got picked up. Lead the investigation. Traces the genetic cults. We're gonna do that. Receives the governor. We're gonna do that. That's all for next session. Gather the... Go to Thasra. Oh, right. We need to do that side quest, too. We'll try to fit that in next time. That is a really fun segment. Oh, we also need to help out Jay, don't we? I forgot to do about that. Calibrate the ship's box system. Uh-oh. Whoops. Whoops. I entirely forgot that I had to do that at the beginning of the game. Let me just... Voxmaster Vigdis. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grace of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? My personal log states that the ship's vox system is malfunctioning. Can you explain? Lord Captain, the Voxmaster is caught off guard by your question. It takes her a moment to find her words. The Vox system is functioning as expected, and no communication problems have been reported by any of the crew. Please allow me to check the system's calibration settings in your presence, to alleviate any concerns you may have about its performance. The Voxmaster's thin fingers dart between hundreds of wires and cables on the control panel. Flipping switches and turning dials, she issues commands and methodically checks the lines of communication with crew on every deck. At last, accompanied by sound static, the crackling of the vox and the flickering of signaling lights, the dance of her hands concludes. All finished, Lord Captain. No issues detected. The system is working as expected. She studies your face as she waits your response. Thank you for your service, Mistress Tolleman. Lord Captain, she offers an unusually deep vow, likely using it to mask your confusion. Huh. Weird. Critical tasks. Calibrate the system. The Forgotten Twins system is of particular interest to the rogue trader. Weird. Okay, that we're gonna have to remember to do that next time. Because we're about half an hour overdue. In any case, it's been fun, everyone. We are going to raid out. Next week is going to follow the same schedule. We're going to be doing 2 days of Hell World, Thursday and Friday. We're going to be doing... what should I call it? We're going to be doing... Why can't I remember? Trapping. We're going to be doing Trapping on Saturday. Going to do that fucking airdrop quest, finally. And then we're going to be back with more Rogue Trader on Sunday. And hopefully I will not have forgotten. I will not have forgotten to take care of that. Alright. Let us... not forgotten to take care of the this weird side quest. Alright, start raid. Let's get going.
Valentine? Just there's a camera in the way.
It's blocking.